Hello, hello. How's everyone doing? Welcome to the RWBY OC review stream. Hope everyone's weekend is going well so far. Hope everyone is ready for the RWBY OC review stream today. Chaos, hello. How are you? Lancer, hi. Arceus, hello. Captain Gaming, hope you're doing well. Greg, hello. Violet Embers, hi. It's been a while. How are you? Robbie as well. Hello. Nix, Beans. Magus, how are you doing? 15 stream streak. Nice, Arceus. Robbie, thank you for the prime. Thank you for the 20 months. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. 15 stream streak though, Arceus. Nice. Also going to a mandatory cursed time zone stream because you're cooking food. Oh, okay. Bloody, hello. It is that time of year. It is indeed. Every 3 to 4 months, it is time. Slingshot, hello, how are you? I just started watching the animated Avatar movie. I've only seen clips of it so far, but it actually looks pretty good. It seems reminiscent of like the original Avatar series. It has that whimsy, it has that comedy, it has that charm. Not planning to traumatize the bird / doing anything this session. I still remember the toxic influencer. However, I don't know. I feel like there might be there might be something. I don't know. Some in the scam train. Oh no, it is the scam train. Robbie. Oh no. Glad you're doing well, Slingshot. Give momento on way home from work. No worries, Nix. No worries. We're gonna be live for at least a few hours. Alex, hello. But the animated Avatar movie's a joyride. Watch it if you love the OG. Okay. Yeah, I have no idea about the story of it, cause, you know, we'll see. Daisy, thank you for the 45 months. Almost 4 years now. Almost 4 years. Holy. Thank you so much, Daisy. I appreciate it. And a theater close to you that's showing the Avatar movie? Yeah, I need to look into that as well and see, well, if there is any theater that's near me that's playing it. I might just watch it on, I think it's Paramount Plus that it's streaming on? I don't know. 5 stream streak as well next. Nice. But yeah, when it comes to the Avatar movie, I wasn't the biggest fan of Legend of Korra. I see what they were trying to do with it. It's just, the series was too much focused on relationship drama and also the breaking of the Avatar cycle afterward. Yeah, there was issues. Granted, the Red Lotus was fantastic. Currently driving to your parents' place, but have paused for lunch. Won't be able to share anything, but if you're still going after 3, might be able to. All right, sounds good, Daisy. We'll see how long we go today. You'll be submitting the dust runes. Yeah, I saw that you mentioned that in the stream discussion. I'm looking forward to seeing it. Doing okay, that's good. Did you see your allergies are the things that are bothering you? Okay. Do you know what it is that you're allergic to and what's causing the allergic reaction? I like it. Korra not needed, yeah. Only New York and LA theaters, so don't bother traveling for it. Yeah, given some of the stories that I have heard from border crossing, I'm probably not gonna travel south for it. But yeah. For Legend of Korra, I think the renewal of the season mess with it. They weren't sure how far they get. Yeah, that definitely was a huge factor, that they were given 1 season and that they didn't know if they were getting any more. So they wrote it to be a contained story within 1 season. Then they were given 1 more season. Okay, so write a story contained there. And then they were given seasons 3 and 4 at the same time, which is why seasons 3 and 4 felt a lot better than the first 2 seasons, but there were still some decisions made, especially in season 2. I mean, season 1 a little bit as well. I just, not to go off on the huge tangent about Legend of Korra, but just in season 1, having Korra have her bending taken away. Like, first of all, the fact that she's just like, oh yeah, I'm the Avatar, 5 years old, I'm able to already bend 3 of the elements, that's just little too in your face for my liking. Granted, Korra's character is not going to be for everyone. I understand they were going with a new route, someone that was very much in contrast to Avatar Aang in the series before, but that seemed a little bit not great. And then once she gets her bending taken away, she like immediately gets airbending by just punching the air and doing nothing associated with the teachings of airbending. I don't know. Yeah. I think it's just general allergies. And, you know, it might be that they only had 1 season to write all of that. They wanted to give Korra all 4 elements by the end of it. Yeah, she's actually now the fully realized Avatar. Well, she still needed to master all of the elements, but still, anyways. There's ups and downs, but we don't speak of season 2. Yeah, season 2 is where it's, yeah. Zahir and the Red Lotus were great, though. Love those guys. The giant mech in season 4, it was also just the stark contrast with the setting, how technologically advanced it got. I know that the Industrial Revolution and industrialization of the overall world can happen that quickly, especially with all 4 nations working together now. However, it was just such a stark contrast. I'm looking forward to Avatar 7 Heavens, though, where they're doing the kind of reset, post-apocalyptic type thing. Korra evil, Korra bad. 100 or 220 stream streak. Nice, Daisy. Also, your lunch is in discussion. Ooh, let's see. Rice balls, it looks like. Nice. I remember those brownies. The cosmic brownies, yeah? Those were... I remember having those when I had to bring my lunches to school. I'll leave the spirit portals open. Now all the evil spirits can come into the worlds. Like the face stealer, only people would be screwed. Well, I mean, leaving the portals open, I kind of like that overall idea that they went with it, especially with Aang's granddaughter and how spiritually in tuned she was. Like, her entire storyline, I forget what her name was. It's been a while since I watched Legend of Korra, but her entire story arc was fantastic. That was really well done. Having her recognized as a master airbender at a young age, like, that was really good. Shed! Hello! How are you? Mech was too much in terms of technology. I think the giant artillery piece would have been enough if they had to use spirit weapons. Yeah, like, that would have been fine. Giant mech was just... Like, they did the giant battle thing again, end of season 2. I know we don't talk about season 2, but the giant kaiju battle, Korra versus the Dark Avatar. The Dark Avatar was an interesting idea. Whether you like Rava and Vatu and that whole storyline, but so tired, so eepies. Jinora. I wanted to say Jahira as the name, but okay, I was at least kind of in the same ballpark. Only 2 weeks till trials. What trials? What trials? Oh Lord, they coming. You have this, Chad. You got this. I believe. What's the something pattern? Because in Avatar: Last Airbender and Korra Bossing Say, something bad happened to Bossing Say. Yeah. Well, I wonder if Bossing Say is going to be one of the 7 heavens. It might be. Maybe Bossing Say still exists. Maybe instead of there being no war in Bossing Say, there is just no Bossing Say. Maybe it's a hidden flashbang. Yeah, the camera did weird stuff there. I don't know why. Anyways, let's actually start getting to the purpose of the stream, which is the OC reviews. So now you have 2 major exams, your HSC trials and your HSC exam. Trials is half of the big bad. So what are the trials the more like hands-on aspect then? Because we had I mean, this was back in like elementary school. We had exams or tests to make sure that you're keeping up with like you had your literacy test, and then you had like your math and sciences and all these other tests. But interesting. Only be able to do a little of OC's writing? That's okay. That's okay. Val! Scream Cat slams rolls into the chat. Yes. A Scream Cat indeed. Thank you for the 45 months, Val. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. All right. Now, Ember looks good. Yeah. He's attacking his tail. Yeah, he's having a good time. Mandatory yeet the kitty. Oh no. The Earth King has invited you to Lake Laogai. Yeah. I hear they didn't do really the whole like brainwashing thing, or didn't at least show it or really address it in the live action Avatar, which is interesting. This is what it's going to be like. It counts as 30% of your internal marks of your subjects, but total internal marks only account for 50% of your score. Huh. Strange. I feel like I have to sneeze. Nope. Okay, well, it's just going to leave me on the brink. Great. Finish the OC file. There's no room for the background info. Ooh, okay. Remember, pictures don't count towards the overall page quota, right? Within reason. So, okay. So, for the way you calculate your score is really complex and stupid. They always are with those tests. They want to make sure that it's kind of like bell curvy, that, you know, if people are on the little bit lower end, that they can still pass, and like it's weird. Be getting back to going to get food. All right, enjoy, Val. Enjoy the food. Had to cut location lower to fit your OC Grim into one page. Ooh, okay. Well, you can always mention some stuff in chat as well. So, for anyone who is not familiar with OC Review Stream, here's how it's going to work. I've made a channel public now in the Discord. It should be under the Phoenix Streaming tab. It's called OC Review Submissions. At the top of that, there is a Google document that has the rules that outline it. So, for every 20,000 channel points, you can redeem one page of OC description, whether it's like Grim description, actual story, character descriptions, semblance ideas, whatever it may be. And you can have them reviewed on stream. 20,000 channel points per page is a lot. I get it. However, if I make it any less, then it's going to be like 100 pages submitted in a single stream, and it's going to get overwhelming for me. So, with that being said, the documents will need to be submitted as either a Word document or PDF, just to avoid any shenanigans, as, you know, Google Documents can be edited while open on stream, and, you know, it just makes it easier that way. And yeah, so once you have redeemed an OC review submission on stream, that's when you will submit your document to the OC review submissions tab in the Discord server. That is, and hydrate already. Here's home. No more lag. Your stream is once but a blue supermoon. Yes, it's about every 3 to 4 months, just to give people time to accrue channel points, and it's not going to be just like a huge rush. Submitted 5 pages once, saved up for a while. Yeah. Using my points to water you. I appreciate it. The hydration is important and something I do forget to do during stream. Got a great OC. Mary S. Ultimate super cool hunters who can kill anything and can't be killed. Bruh. Mary S, huh? I wonder what that last name could be. Oh, no. All right. Okay. I will make the OC review submissions available for redemption. There will be 10 slots that are now open. You guys can start submitting now. I'm opening with 10 slots first. We'll get through those first 10 submissions. If there are 10, maybe there won't be, and maybe it'll be a shorter stream. We'll see. So we'll get through those first 10 submissions. Then I'll open up more slots just so that, because it's probably going to take about 2 hours to get through the first 10. I want to make sure to go over every page. Relative detail. And then from there, once more are open up, this is all just to make sure that, people are actually still here when their page goes up. So it looks like Nyx is going to be first, then Pancake, then Magus, in the order of those who have submitted. Maybe there'll be less. That's not how it'll happen. You never know. You never know. There have been streams where there's been 20 submissions. There have been streams where there's been like 13. So we'll see. We shall see. BRB getting food eaten. Okay, enjoy chaos. No rush. No rush. Flips the pancake, huh? Don't so much have an OC, but a semblance. Yeah, absolutely. The cold sweats from Mary S. Yeah. Not to encourage this, but we actually haven't had a character that's just been complete Mary Sue submitted yet. There wouldn't be too much to actually review for a character like that, because just like, yeah, great. Character could just solo the entire universe. But, does it matter if OCs are dead? No, go for it. If your OCs are dead, then that also gives an interesting story of, like, how they died. Which I'm guessing would be part of it. But could also be, like, you have your main characters, could be a parent to the main character, how they influenced, how they saved a child. Like, there's so many different things that you can do with characters that have already are past in your story. Like, I have ideas for that with Seraph's story. Like, I don't know if I want to say too much, but between, like, when I ever finish the first volume of Seraph, I know however many years that's going to take, I want to have, like, a side story episode that talks about Piers and Niall's parents. So, would love to submit. Have no points, maybe another time. Sounds good, Violet Embers. Yeah. Refreshing to see an OC that's intentionally garbage. You could offer ideas how to make them worse. That's also true. That's also true. But my OC Mary, you can submit, Robbie. There's nothing saying that you can't. You go, I died. Here's how it happened. So you might be asking, how did I get here? I had an OC idea based on Optimus Prime, but haven't really done much with it. Interesting. Would it be would the semblance be technologically related? Or would it be kind of like a cyborg similar to Ironwood? Contest of making OCs that are just intentionally bad or just odd? That would be interesting, though. That would be interesting. I might be in pain through it all, but it would be interesting. Because with how much I stick to, like, hey, let's make things balanced. Let's try to make things fit in canon. Let's try to do this and that. Given how much I've analyzed the RWBY series over the past 8 years, I might slightly have an aneurysm, but back on the road. Have fun. Safe travels, Daisy. See you on the other side. April Fool's OC review? Maybe next April Fool's. That's an idea. Think of the content, though. This is true. I could make a video out of it. Next OC review when you have channel points. I'm going to submit the goofiest self-insert Mary Sue ever. All right, Robbie. I'll hold you to that. Yeah, like one thing I did always intend to do with the RWBY OC reviews was to eventually make them into videos. But I keep there's so many... There's too many things that I end up wanting to do, and I end up overwhelming myself. It's discovered that your favorite Mexican restaurant can now do DoorDash. Nice. Did you ever make a RWBY video about fashion between Mistral, Atlas, and Beacon? No, I want to, though. Like, Bloody and I have talked back and forth, like, over a year ago about it, and I just haven't done it. I know. I've been thinking about it, like, often throughout the past year, but it's just life. Still alive, just kind of swamped. I know, Bloody. Me too. Me too. And I still want to do it. It's just need to get back into, like, I keep telling myself I need to get to a point where life is on, not necessarily stable, because I don't know if life is ever going to be that way, but, like, at least to a point where I can somewhat maintain a regular recording schedule. I forgot sometimes you're a scientist. Yeah, I've got a full-time job as a chemist, so, you know. Yeah. Got it done before RWBY 10 is far in. Oh, absolutely. Like, we need to get it done before V10. There's so many videos I want to make before V10. So many OC videos, Seraph, like, and just videos on the RWBY series as a whole. I have so many ideas for things that I want to do. It's just... everything. Because, like, the thing is, I haven't made an OC video on, like, the clothing, the fashion, the different styles and cultures between the different kingdoms. I haven't even made a RWBY OC video on weapons. Because I've been, in my head, I've always been waiting for, well, at least the weapons video, I've been waiting for Hesper to be revealed so I can use her weapon as a reference. Well, Volume 10 would be a thing. Forgot about that. Yes. Second time catching stream. Is why. Hello. Fashion. You need assistance? Like, your ambitions are so far ahead you can't catch up at the staggering pace? Yeah, and it doesn't help that I have ideas for, like, different YouTube channels and different things that I want to talk about, and, like, I'm essentially what it is, and I'm well aware of this, I'm trying to take on and do too much, and I'm just incapable of doing all of it, and so when I fail at the goals that I set out for myself, I get into this self-deprecating cycle, and then it just snowballs from there. And then eventually, I snap myself out of it, and just, yeah, it's rough. But, anyways, let's go here, go here, go here, go there, go there. So, Nyx will be up first. You realize it was, oh, I wasn't expecting that. Yeah, of course. I pay attention from time to time. Ash Winters, thank you for the 42 months. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. Is that how y'all doing? Doing well, Ash Winters. How are you? Perhaps a collaboration effort with community members you trust. Trust most. Matt Pat Theory channels. But that's just a theory. A RWBY theory. I've thought about that. Like, but and I've thought about collaborating with other members of the community. Like, I want to do a collaborative video on OC fashion and everything with Bloody. We've discussed that before. It's just, if I want to compensate people for their time. I don't want to take advantage of people's generosity and willingness to help me with videos and stuff. And, like, I don't have the funding to be just like, hey, I can compensate all of these people. I know people are willing to do it out of the goodness of their heart. I'm not comfortable with that. That's the thing. I don't want to feel like I'm taking advantage of people, regardless of how much they say, like, hey, I want to do this. Time is expensive, but like, do it for the community, the creators. I know, but I'm still wanting to compensate you. So, like, because like, if people are willing to put in their time, put in their effort, they deserve to have that time appreciated. And like, yeah, doing good. Excited for stream. Yeah. I want to do two things at once. Make your PowerPoint or something on Twitch, then take that recording and edit it, upload it to YouTube, like a 2-for-1 deal. Like, and that's the thing. I want to do edited streams. It's just, I don't think that would make, I don't know if it would make as good of a video as if like I'm talking and having images show up on screen as I'm talking in the edited style that I already do. I don't know. Because there's also a difference between live recording and then, you know, actual, like, standing and recording when no one else is watching or listening. YouTube algorithm doesn't really enjoy edited streams from what I've seen. Yeah. I mean, if it was like a gameplay thing and I edited the thing into its own video and did commentary over it, those tend to do okay, but try it once, see how it goes. Could be a small video that isn't super important, like the fashion video. I mean, I think the fashion video is important, having the different styles and everything, but yeah, maybe. We'll see. If asked, I'd do it purely for the bit. Wouldn't desire payment just because funny. KO! Thank you for the 28 months! Thank you. Meow indeed. I think he's talking to you. Meow meow? Oh, you were just not paying attention, huh? Consider this. What is more stressful? Self-deprecating cycle of you struggling between ambitious dreams and reality, or the good-mannered, but not true concern about being able to compensate? Honestly, at this point, given how used to the self-deprecating cycle that I'm in, given how used to it I am, the thing that would probably be more stressful is the concern about not being able to compensate. Because if, you know, I take on that, then I'm going to feel guilty about it for who knows how long. And I don't know if I want to ever get to the point where I'm used to people just giving their time and energy for free, right? But exposure is the compensation? No. As an artist, I will smite thee for saying the exposure is payment, but pro bono is a form of work? Yeah. Be a true YouTuber and only pay people in exposure? Because haha funny? No, those types of, oh god, anyone who uses that as an excuse, like, to be fair, if they come to an agreement with an artist or something that says like, hey, do you mind if I feature this in my video? Like, I'll make sure to tag you and put all your socials. Will that be okay? And they get permission beforehand, then sure. But if the artist says, no, I prefer compensation, and they can't reach an agreement and then do that, like, sure. If there's a discussion to be had beforehand, yeah. But if they just say, oh, I'm just going to use all this person's art in my video without, you know, even contacting them or anything beforehand because I'm a YouTuber and giving and the exposure that they will get from this is their compensation. Like, there's people who do that, and those people deserve to get slapped upside the head and have those, their monetization removed from those videos on YouTube. University for Ecology and Microbiology. Want to use it for RWBY and be funny to do that in video? Yeah, that would be interesting. We haven't seen the amount of animals that we've seen in the RWBY series can be counted on one hand. One of them's a pet dog. Like, the actual animals that are out there, like the actual fauna of the world of RWBY, we just don't know about. And to be fair, there hasn't been much study into the flora either. But that would be interesting if you kind of incorporated that into what we have seen in the background. So what you're saying is you got to throw money at bloody for fashion images so you could do your YouTube video on fashion? Got a community of scientists OCs. Can't wait to bring the E. coli themed OC. Oh no! Not the E. coli. And the birdie Ruby hit. Oh, that's true. That brings it up to 4 because I was thinking of Zwei, the penguin we saw in Volume 7, and the deer we saw in the Lost Fable in Salem's Flashback. But yeah, Ruby. No, the bird that Ruby hit was a baby Nevermore. She that was a baby Nevermore. I'm pretty sure that was a Grimm. I thought, or it was her Uncle Crow, one or the other. Do we count Crow and Raven among the aminals that we see? Yeah, exactly, Robbie. Yeah, it was. I'm pretty sure it was a baby Nevermore because once the RWBY Amity Arena game was released on mobile, I missed that game. I liked that game. It gave interesting lore. It told us about the Paladin incident and that Watts was involved. But yeah, once the baby Nevermores were revealed, it was just like, oh yeah, that was a baby Nevermore. Count humans as animals? I mean, that still just brings the total to 5. No, that's 4. It's still at 4. Volume 1, reusing assets. Miss Amity Arena so much. I know. I already have the library. If Phoenix tries to throw money at me, I'll throw it back at him anyway. There has to be some way of making non-refundable payments. I guess I could just send you a payment and then delete my PayPal. Deactivate it so it can't be sent back. Yeah, I could do that. I could make a PayPal account on a throwaway email. Just throw the money, delete that immediately. That's an idea. Reason because the animators just decided not to put that animal in excuses. I mean, given how much they've already had to cut from different plot lines in the RWBY series because they haven't had the time or budget to put it in, it makes sense that they wouldn't take the time to put in more animals. Granted, like the penguin that they put into Volume 7 wasn't animated. They could have just, slapped a couple PNG animals in the background of various different scenes. Stop scheming methods to avoid refunds. I want to compensate people whether they want it or not. Shut up and take my money. And then get the money you paid donated to you via Twitch. Is why don't give people ideas to... Well, actually, if they do that, then they're just giving Twitch more than half of the money that I gave them. So... do Grimm designs count as RWBY OC? Exhibit Grimm here? Oh, absolutely, Violet. Yeah. Absolutely. Like, RWBY OC review is just, like, pretty much anything RWBY related. Yeah. Fantasy like animals and books, but that's kind of it. True. Oz giving them the power to turn them into at least implies they existed? Yeah, that's true. That do be true. Shit, Crow, have this as your headcanon now? Yeah. Birdie, no! Meanwhile, her uncle's just on the ground, just like, ow. I came to watch over my niece. Smacked him out of the sky. Fantasy like animals and books, but that's kind of it. I want RWBY extended editions. RWBY extended editions would be fantastic. And when Volume 10 was greenlit, when I made that video, there were a lot of people commenting like, man, I hope they go back to bloody Tier 3. Thank you for the 36 months. 3 years. I appreciate it, bloody. Thank you. Thank you so much. Do they have to be info sheets? Got a few 3D modeled ones you want to show off and some sketches? Yeah, that works. Because artwork is free alongside a page of OC submissions. Like, within reason. We don't want people submitting like 20 pages of artwork. But if you just want to submit artwork, then yeah, if you do one submission and then want to submit like all the artwork that you have for that, then yeah, absolutely. Ouch for Crow, but he would be so proud of RWBY. Well, remember, Volume 1 Crow, Volume 1 to 6 Crow, was a drunk. He could have just been plastered out of his mind, didn't want to wait to get back somewhere, so he went flying drunk. Somehow ended up over the Emerald Forest, and it just happened to be his niece that took him out. Couldn't show any art today, just to push yourself to get on more often. No worries, Bloody. No worries. I'm happy to see that you're on, and I'm happy you're doing well. And I hope still being able to keep your head above water, at least enough to come up for air sometimes. Because I know I've heard how overwhelming your projects can be. It would be even funnier if it was Raven. If it was Raven, RWBY probably would have had a worse time in the Beacon initiation. Let's be honest. Though, if it was Raven, then maybe Raven went and pissed off the giant Nevermore to come after Ruby and Weiss. Because we didn't actually see how Ruby and Weiss first encountered the Nevermore, or why it targeted them specifically, how Ruby ended up clinging on to the feathers, and, I don't know. Actually have to make art to submit artwork. Again, no rush, doesn't have to be today, can be other streams as well. Makes sense for early Crow? Yeah, it does. Yeah. Alright, well, I've kept Nyx waiting long enough. Camera, why? Camera, why? Why? Okay, there we go. Maybe I need to get a new webcam at some point. Drowning in the perpetual state of being. Oh no! Fun reviewing OCs while I try to relearn X-ray physics. Oh, I feel like I did touch on that back in university, but I only took year 1 physics, the entry level physics, so I don't know if it was really, I don't think they went into detail, but I don't remember it sounding great. I remember X-ray crystallography from chemistry somewhat, but insert Ash Baby here. Crow versus Winter in Volume 3, it is a good fight for sure. God, Monty's animation style, peak fights in RWBY. Flashbang through the door. My eyes. Oh no, I'm sorry. And that's true. The webcam is full screen right now. Let's change that. Let's go here. So that'll make any flashbangs a little bit less bad. Throw a flashbang. Thanks. Think fast, chuckle nuts. All right. So this is Nyx's Dust Runes. Well, the OCs that use Dust Runes are alternate universe OCs. Dust Runes can be molded to fit into canon if used at a limited capacity. Yeah. What are they? Dust Runes, specialized application of dust, where dust is inscribed into an object in a pattern, similar to that of a rune or sigil. To inscribe a dust rune often requires a skilled craftsman like that of a blacksmith. They can come in a variety of shapes and sizes, depending on the dust types used, though the strength of the rune is dependent on the refinement and purity of the dust crystal used. Also, as many dust runes as there are types of dust, all with their own effects correlated to the dust type used in the inscription, which makes sense. And realistically, given that, and again, this is volume 1 to 3, we haven't really seen this be a case in volumes 4 and beyond, of dust being woven into clothing, like with Cinder. It makes sense that having dust inscribed onto weapons or armor would fit, because we already have dust that's been incorporated into weapons and actually, at least from what it seems, molded into the metal to give that weapon the permanent attribute of that dust. Octavia Ember's sword is the one that I always refer to, as she has a dust blade, and there's not a swirl, but a squiggle of fire dust running through the center of the blade to make her attacks be like flame slashes. And Sirius redeemed one as well. Nice. Reminds me of glyphs from the Owl House. I have not watched the Owl House, though I have had a couple individuals scream at me to watch it, because apparently it's really good. How are they used? Dust runes can be used in a variety of methods, ranging from enhancing weapons, armor, and shields, to improvised traps. Think like a glyph of warding in D&D. Not familiar with that, but I am familiar with Black Clover, the one dude whose entire magic is trap magic. Similar to that, I'm guessing. And using them in tandem with a semblance. Well, it is technically possible to inscribe a dust rune On a projectile, and such as a bullet or an arrowhead, it's insanely difficult, and you're often advised just to use dust ammunition or a dust-tipped arrow instead. Yeah, at that point, it seems like it would be more effort than what it's worth. In theory, it would use less dust, but with how abundant dust currently is on Remnant, well, I mean, maybe not currently, now that the Schnee Dust Company has been obliterated along with Atlas, it may not be as abundant, or at least readily accessible as it once was. So maybe they will have to find ways to conserve dust, but... Team Indigo from the Vital Festival. Yes. Yes. Ferno has 2 pages, but only has 20k, and couldn't size it down. Oh, okay. So you're submitting for other people, Sirius. Okay, okay. Yeah, it does make me think of a possibility that something like this could be used, that they're going to have to be more conservative with the amount of dust that they use moving forward, especially in Vacuo, where all of their stores of dust have been depleted. Thank you, Atlas. And dust is just not going to be accessible. Other kingdoms are coming to help, and I'm sure they're going to bring some dust stores with them to defend the final standing kingdom of Remnant. But I barely remember her. Sounds like it's time for a RWBY rewatch. If people are strong enough to handle shoving dust straight into themselves and using it, Runes makes total sense. The only person that we've seen capable of doing that is Hazel, and he has the semblance to nullify pain. If anyone else tried doing that, I'm pretty sure the moment that they stuck that dust into themselves, they'd be crippling themselves with pain. But yeah. I already submitted paper. Data can fix it fast enough. It's rather the Wolf Dude's bio is still pretty long. Ah, okay. Okay. The dust crystal to rune ratio. Dust crystal to rune ratio refers to how many dust runes can be created per dust crystal. Well, I mean, I think it would depend on the size of the dust crystal to begin with, right? The ratio depends on the refinement of the dust crystal in use. For example, a refined dust crystal will typically get you 1.5 to 2 dust runes. The standard dust rune will get you 3 to 4. In short, more refined dust crystal, the stronger your runes are, but the less you'll be able to inscribe. When it comes to crystal to rune ratio, I don't know if that necessarily matters all that much, because we've seen that dust is often used, there's the full crystal, but it's often turned into a powder form before it is used in a lot of different things. Like in Weiss's Myrtenaster, in her weapon, it's all powdered dust. That's all she has in there. It's not actual dust crystals. So to even make dust crystals usable, whether refined or not refined, you'd probably have to put it into a dust form first to be able to even draw the runes. So I think rather than focusing on like the size of a dust crystal, because dust crystals can come in various shapes and sizes. If we look at Volume 5, right near the beginning when Weiss is flying through those floating isles, we see all of the different sizes of the dust crystals, the gravity dust crystals that are floating there, as well as in the Schnee Dust Mines, the Alpha Geist that took over the dust crystal rocks and everything. Dust crystals can come in various shapes and sizes, so focusing on the size of the dust crystal I don't think would give you an accurate equation. But the refinement of the dust, absolutely. And that would give you an increased potency of the dust runes as well, because a refined dust crystal would probably give you like less dust overall, but that would give you a greater effect of a rune. Maybe you just wouldn't need to draw as big of a rune, because I'm sure that if you draw a rune that's small, like for example just using fire dust, you'd have, you know, a little poof of fire, maybe enough to light some kindling on fire or something like that. Whereas if you draw like a soccer ball sized fire rune, then, you know, you could have something that might light up an entire car or something like that. Delectable edible dessert? What do you mean? Just felt terrible today. What do you mean pancakes are breakfast? 'Tis not dessert, they are just good food. How effective are dust runes? Dust rune method was pretty effective when it was still popular, as aura and semblances weren't as common during that period. Oh, interesting. The more refined dust application methods weren't invented yet. That's true for sure. However, it tended to be pricey, and only certain individuals had the qualifications necessary to learn the trade. Interesting. The aura and semblance techniques weren't as popular back then. I don't know if it's necessarily that they weren't as popular, it's just that people didn't understand the training necessary to use them. Really understand what it was that they were working with. But yeah, like, dust runes would definitely be a more popular way of doing things, especially since, yeah, as you mentioned, dust refinement wasn't really a thing yet. So that makes sense. How did the dust runes lose popularity? Well, the dust runes were a great method of applying dust during the time after the Great War ended and Remnant began to industrialize. Wars are good for that, unfortunately. Cheaper and faster methods of dust application were invented, such as dust ammunition, the forging dust into weapons themselves. At the point, the dust runes couldn't keep up. People hardly use them anymore. However, the learning material of how to apply them still exists. Yeah! Ovulation's got to be Cloud9. Okay, let's talking about cannibalizing a member of chat. No! Serious, put the pancake down. Think about this. And then who utilized dust runes when it was utilized? Back when dust runes were popular, due to how expensive and difficult they were to make, many of the kingdoms that existed at the time hoarded individuals that had the skills to inscribe dust runes. As such, dust runes were often regarded as a symbol of strength and status, especially among military personnel. I can definitely imagine when kingdoms, I mean, everything is still considered a kingdom now, but when it was the more traditional kingdoms rather than built around the Huntsman Academies, the Royal Guard having, like, all of them having dust rune inscribed blades, armor, and such would be a status of power, symbol of power, for sure. Gotta go for a bit. Oh, no, Magus, I'm sorry. I'll go over pancakes next. Do you know when you'll be back? I wonder if everyone has ever eaten dust in canon. I'm sure they have. Probably no one currently in the current generation of Remnant. You'd have to imagine, though, plant dust, you wouldn't want to eat the raw crystals, but I'm sure that plant dust, people have tried to eat the plants that come from plant dust. I'd imagine it'd probably be fine, since dust is technically natural. The plants that it grows would be natural as well. I don't know why I thought of this, though. Less than people eating it, I'm sure there's some nutcases out there who might take the dust powder and just snort it. Getting power-ups based on that type of dust. Chef's decide not to eat the dust. If all the power in the world, then you'd likely die. I don't know if you'd have all the power in the world. You might just... Because, like, here's the thing. We've seen how dust crystals react to impact, right? So what do you think's going to happen if you and crunch a dust crystal? You're just going to blow your own jaw off. Dust drugs are absolutely a thing and stupid for obvious reasons. Yeah. But just think of how high you would get off of gravity dust crystals. You'd be floating in the sky. Drink the water dust. Drink the dust. That just is dust. What dust is soluble? You'd think maybe water dust, but they're rocks, they're crystals. They're solid powder. I don't think it'd be soluble in water. Are there solvents that dust would dissolve in? Would it dissolve in sulfuric acid? Could we... I need... The chemist in me wonders. Chasing the ever after high. Oh no. Well, I mean, the ever after and high is just the burning of the leaves of the tree, right? That's just sending you to another world. This is why I asked for the science dust video, Phoenix. Which I did make. I did make that video. I didn't think about the solubility of dust, though, in that video. Huh. I might need to make a follow-up. Fine dust particles. I can see it going boom. Yeah. Dust and teeth implants bite into people. I mean, I don't think that would work out well. Sure, you'd blow up the person you're biting, but you'd still blow off your own jaw. Unless you actually, like, reinforce your jaw with titanium or something that's not gonna be blown apart by the dust, you're still gonna take the impact. Tasting the magical high that is in dust drugs with this one, fellas. Yeah. You've heard about chasing the magic dragon. Now we're chasing the magic grim. This is what Talk should have had. She would have blown off her own jaw. It wouldn't, because sure, biting into someone, they're going to experience the explosion, but the explosion isn't just in one direction. It's an outward force. You're getting too excited. You're going to blow off your own jaw, too. Scoville scale of fire dust would be insane. What would be... Is there... In Volume 7, when there were riots down in Mantle, we saw someone toss a full fire crystal into a fire, and it created a nice plume of fire. Granted, it was probably an unrefined dust crystal. But that makes me wonder, if that's all a full fire crystal did, if you just had a couple little specks of fire dust, that probably wouldn't hurt you, right? Could you use, like, just a tiny bit of dust to season your food? So many questions. Melting point sublimation, have forensic officers identify dust from crime scene? I don't know. I'm writing this shit down. So many more ideas. See, this is what I'm talking about. There's too many ideas. There's too many things, so many things that I want to make. Yeah, like there's so much. There's so much. Like, yeah, I could just make a video that's just like how not to use dust in Remnant. But does a family drop by? Oh, okay, no worries, Magus. Others can go before you. Currently, it's only Pancake that's submitted, or anyone who's going to take Sirius up on kidney dust. Oh my god, that's amazing. Kidney dust. Oh my god. Could you imagine if just slowly, like, just, oh, dust makes the greatest seasoning. 5 years later, you go to your doctor's like, hey, you have kidney stones. They go to try to remove it, and your kidneys just explode. This is what I mean. There's so many things. So many things. They're not to use dust. Yes. It's Phoenix, the chemist. Yeah. Take serious upon his offer. You can finish Team Missouri today. Okay. Spleen dust. Now... why, as we're talking about dust grown and cultivated in the organs of people, why do I all of a sudden imagine some frickin' either crime family who opens up their own dust refinement facility, and they're keeping all of their actual techniques a trade secret because they kidnap people off of the street, force feed them dusts because they've found that as dust accumulates in the spleen or the kidneys or the liver of a person, that it actually becomes extremely pure, that the body itself is just the best way to filter out the impurities of dust. And then after it's grown to a certain size, they just slice the person open and harvest the dust before, you know, the dust just explodes. That ovarian dust, lung dust. I mean, I'm sure lung dust is a problem. We've seen this in like the very second episode of RWBY, because Weiss was just, you know, scattering the dust around everywhere. It made Ruby sneeze, which means it got into her airway. Walter White follows the color naming rule. Oh my god, he does! Dust lung for real miners? Yeah. Walter White follows the color naming rule. Damn. Ruby blew up with a sneeze. But the dust caused her to sneeze. And how does one sneeze when it comes to dust? They inhale it, and it irritates their sinuses. Ugh. Oh my god. Testine dust. Oh my god. So does Jesse Pinkman. You know what? You are correct. So it does. Wow. The connections that we can make, huh? I aspire for these types of shenanigans. Yeah, there's so many video ideas for RWBY. So many. Oh my god. We have to cook, RWBY. We have to cook. Why do I just imagine Crow in an alternate timeline? Instead of being an alcoholic, he becomes a dust addict. What kind of extracurricular lessons was Crow teaching RWBY at Signal Academy? Oh no. Cats, hello! Continue having lots of fun, everyone. Your internet is being arse right now. Oh no! Talk to you later, cats. Thank you for stopping by. Criminal Minds, RWBY edition. Need the Law and Order. Dun dun. That would that would be interesting. Okay, dust runes in the modern day. While dust runes are typically considered inferior to modern day dust application, there are historical texts on how dust rune method was practiced for study and reflection. Makes sense. Makes sense. We've gotten off topic from the dust runes, but hey, it's all been dust-related discussions. Oh, the useful extracurriculars. Hey, RWBY, if becoming a huntress doesn't work out for you, here's the backup plan. Not speaking from experience. I thought of Law and Order? Yeah. Yeah, in the criminal justice system. These are their stories. Dun dun. It's done to death? It is, but not RWBY edition. RWBY and Order. What would be the Law and Order name? It's I mean, just Law and Order would work, but Huntsman and I don't know. Huh. CSI Mantle. Law and Remnant. Oh, that's amazing. That's amazing. Dust Victims Unit? Oh my god, these are fantastic. Holy shit. I'm gonna write these down. I don't know if anything's going to come of it, but Man. Need this? I'll make a spoof logos for you. This is comedy gold. Honestly, I kind of want to make Law and Remnant Dust Victims Unit like just a one-off video at some point. This sounds fantastic. Dust runes over the course of a day and a half. Oh, nice. CSI Vitals Festival Special Unit. Oh. Remnant Criminal Investigator Service. Oh. Oh. And then I can incorporate just exactly what you mentioned as well, Bloody, about like the dust forensics that are left. Oh my god. We can have fun with some videos. We can have fun. Oh my god. Criminal Minds RWBY edit? It's truly peak. RC... Holy. Arcana! You're hopping in as well. Remember the Gibbs rule? Holy. That's amazing. Beacon 99! Well, there is that edit of a Brooklyn Nine-Nine when it was the singing it I Want It My Way, but with RWBY characters. I forget who made that edit on YouTube, but that video is fantastic. I love that. Veil 99. Veil 99. Been stuck for a long time on her? Sure, happy to help. Wild West, but Roman Torchwick. The quick draw. He uses the cane instead of the pistol. The good, the Roman, the Neo. Oh my god. Vacuo 50. These are amazing. These are incredible. Holy. Dun 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 dun. Oh my god. Holy. Oh my god. I don't know if I'll do anything with this, but I want to try to make something of this. Mission objective, find that video. Should be easy enough to find. Already found it? Yeah. It's I think it's pretty easily searchable in stream discussion. First, is there anything else that that you want to go over with Dust Runes, Nix? AP Division. Breaking Bad RWBY edit? Is there a Breaking Bad RWBY edit? I haven't seen that, if there is. But yeah, is there anything else that you'd like to go over with Dust Runes? I know we, for a good portion of it, we did get off track. But I think I've gone over a decent amount of things with it. Oh. Oh my god, we've been streaming for an hour already. My, how time flies. Whew. Let's see. Oh no. That's not the one I was thinking of. No, why that wasn't the one that I remember. It's a different one. Oh, that was the first one that you linked. No, because it was this one. Oh, if I wanted to play it on stream, it's going to get copyright hit, won't it? It would get copyright struck. Damn. But I'm picturing Roman Torchwick cooking the in-universe version of Crystal Blue Meth. Torchwick doesn't really seem like the chemist type. He'd be the kingpin type. We gotta see who works with the IRS. They'd be broken as hell. Post and stream discussion? Yeah. Okay. That's the one I remember from Darth Kenobi. Darth Kenobi makes so many good RWBY edits. Like, yeah. I think that's everything. We'll say it'd be cool if the see others find a way to use dust runes and methods I haven't thought of. Yeah. Because, like, dust runes, there's definitely applications for them. It's just unfortunate that technically it's non-canon. Because having an actual symbol for the different dust to draw that would imbue an effect of the dust rather than just having the dust there, it's unfortunate. It's a cool idea, though. In-universe version of Gus Fring. Shopkeep. He does run the food stands. And a dust shop. It's all a front. Technically, yeah, it's AU. Alright. So, with that done, Pancake, you are up next. Let's go here, go to here, go here, go here, 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 and go here. Let's go here. Oh, you're not ready? Not ready? You sure? You sure? Blasting the A-Team theme song. Front and center, Pan. You're nervous? Don't be nervous. It's okay. It is okay. Scroll up? What do you mean? A-Team Underground Mistral. If you can find, maybe they can help you. I see. I see, I see. All right. So, we will start going over pancakes. OC. Auburn Melio? Is the T silent, or is it Melio or Meliot? Pronunciation is a weakness. Born Christmas Day. Christmas baby. 1225. Male. Revenant Detective Agency. Team Mana, since it's crossed out, no longer a member of Team Mana. Get me worse than mine. Anyone could hire me to look into the Reds. Oh no. Second pronunciation. Meliot. Okay. Color naming rule. Black. Auburn is short for Auburnus, meaning blackthorn tree. Nice. Illusions Benton Lay of Meliot. Unnamed protagonist linked to Arthurian legend in some versions. And Atsushi Nakajima from Bungo Stray Dogs. Have not seen Bungo Stray Dogs. So don't know the exact reference, but interesting. Brock's using a wrench for a weapon. Single shot rifle in the handle? Oh, interesting. Handyman, that's also deadly. Appearance, standing 6'6". Big boy. He's a wolf on us. Big doggo! With honey beige skin tone. Black and brown hair with an extent of gray. Okay. More gray as he ages. How old is he currently? Amber eyes and a hefty build. Hair color is complemented by a large wolf tail. Fluffy tail, too. Big doggo. Big doggo. Gray because of stress. Oh, no! Doggo's had a tough life. His clothes. He wears a dark, sleeveless compression shirt with red lines on his sides. Compression shirt. He's a buff dude, too. Tattered light gray coat over his shoulders with long sleeves. And a thorn vine design. Dark gray and red convertible pants. Tattered boots. Forearm covers. Thick and tattered work gloves. Finally, a worn necklace with a dark silver fang. Now, is that a fang from a relative? A fang from an animal? Or an artificial fang? Might be included later. Auburn tends to avoid crowds and most kinds of socialization. I can relate. Although any bonds he manages to make, he treasures greatly. Aggressive when threatened, anxious around people, and tranquil when alone or with few. Especially those he can trust, I would imagine. Auburn can be very friendly with people he's familiar with, although he can get a bit possessive as well. Aww, loyal. Not good at setting ages. Have to organize timelines and I get confused. Ah, okay. Are you wanting him to be like the current timeline in RWBY? Are you wanting him to be before the fall of Beacon? It all depends on like when you want his story to take place, like how you want to write it, because the fall of Beacon is something that changes the world of Remnant as a whole irreparably. So it's just pretty much pre or post Beacon, and then also pre or post the fall of Atlas. It was for a canceled project that fit into canon and moved to an alternate universe. Oh, sad to hear the project got canceled, but I'm glad you're still able to make use of the character. So he's an alternate universe character. Okay. Right. Yeah, mentioned at the top. Alternate universe. Can't get bit possessive as well. Aura, durability B-, rather good survivability, A+ with semblance. Regeneration, below average recovery time, and quantity good reserves. Okay. Seems like a relatively balanced. Semblanced beast within, or my other self. Can form an aura construct around himself, but risks losing consciousness and control. His construct typically takes the form of a wolf. Typically, but can take the form of something else. This exponentially increases Auburn's strength, speed, durability, and stamina. Semblance's behavior when he's unconscious depends on Auburn's cognition of himself or his semblance. Two names beast within my other self refer to the name the semblance had as before Auburn learned to control it. Interesting. So he does learn to be able to control it? What causes him to lose consciousness when the semblance is activated? Mud is still a project, just restarted. Ah. Yeah, he's around mid to late 20. You cross-referenced Auburn with other OCs in the same AU as him. Okay, okay. Okay. Let's go here. Okay, that's probably better. Perceived himself as a monster and thus lost control, since his cognition conflicted with his desire to not hurt people. And thus lost control since his cognition conflicted with his desire to help people. I understand where you're going with this, that it's a semblance that, like, he sees himself as a monster, and thus when, you know, his semblance kind of gives him the form of a monster, it conflicts with what he actually desires to do, which is not hurt people. I'm just wondering how it would, like, work when activating the semblance, how it, like, affects his mind as well. Granted, it's alternate universe, so can definitely work. It's just with physical semblances, there's the physical strain that is put on the body. That's definite. But we haven't really seen physical strain that's put on the mind like that. So interesting. It was overlooking something. I reviewed it and didn't recognize this as a flaw. Yeah. That's just the thing that stands out to me with the semblance. Like, having the aura construct and, like, the lack of control over it as well, because just the semblances in general, you'd need training to be able to control it and everything. But the losing consciousness part, just tying that in, I'm not sure how to make that connection. But yeah, something to think about, at least. For now, let's go on to the weapon. The Benendanti? If that's how you pronounce it? A serrated longsword that can be wielded with 1 or 2 hands. Its blade can shorten before splitting into 3 and functioning as a claw. Okay. Still hooked and serrated. Blades have runes etched onto them, functioning as slots for dust that help with large-scale attacks. Ooh, nice. Nezumi, hello! RWBY OC stream. Things are going well. Okay, interesting. Blade that can be wielded with 1 or 2 hands, so it's a relatively sizable blade, but it can shorten and split into 3 to function as claws. Interesting, interesting. Just trying to... Like, I know, like, the rule of cool is the thing that applies most to weapons in the RWBY universe, because the transforming weapons and the number of hinges and different parts that it would have would make them kind of brittle, but aura strengthening helps with that anyways. I'm just trying to imagine, like, functionally. Because, like, if it splits into 3, then it would go in between the 3 knuckles to function as claws. But if it's a full-size sword that can be wielded with 2 hands, to come down, like, those would be... I'm guessing they're meant to be, like, pretty hefty claws, right? Forgot, was up all night playing Forza. Well, as long as you had fun, right? If you know, love making Weak points with characters? Yeah. And then fighting style. Auburn makes use of his size, weight, and strength to throw attacks with a lot of weight behind them, while keeping a good speed and active mobility. Swings are directed to reuse motion, oftentimes doubling as a form of mobility, with how such attacks require him to lunge in the direction he's attacking. Makes sense. Use the momentum when you have it. Also using down strikes complemented with high jumps to complement the weight and the gravity by pinning the blade on the surface by swinging himself around. So, Yatsuhashi-style fighter as well. Several ways in which the attacks can be done. Auburn has the potential to unleash long-lasting streaks of heavy attacks in rapid succession. Yes, but I'd imagine if thrown off balance, then it could be quite detrimental as well. Hit me on my Discord one day if you feel like it. Yeah. Runes were Nyx's suggestion? Makes sense. Makes sense. I was one of the 4 OCs that exists that use dust runes, to your knowledge. Nice. Nice. I will point out, though, that in the dust rune description that you gave, you did say that dust runes became a more archaic form of dust, and that current technologies seem to outperform dust runes. And thus having the different slots to put in dust runes would, like, if they're dust runes that are etched onto it already, that makes sense. But when it comes to slots to fit in different types of dust, wouldn't that be with functioning as slots for dust that helps with large scale attacks? Wouldn't it be better for like actual slots? Because dust runes, like, they need to be like forged into an item, right? So if there's slots to input different types of dust, wouldn't that be more modern methods of dust application? Yes, there is dust that is fused into clothing, but when you infuse the dust into clothing, it's just that one type of dust, and it stays that way. It's not something that's interchangeable. Since it's slots, since it's mentioned as slots, that's the point that I'm questioning. If it's dust runes, then yes, but I would think it'd be like permanent dust etched into the claws. Rather than slots for different ones. I suppose that would be a more modern application of the dust runes method. But I'm just wondering, at that point, what would the difference be having dust runes that can be refilled with dust, rather than just having the weapon designed with cartridges for the dust to begin with? Because the weapons nowadays in RWBY, again, taking Weiss's Mir Tenaster, she can just slot in a different type of dust and then use it to her heart's content. Granted, she uses it in conjunction with her glyphs, and it allows her to do all sorts of different things with it. But I'm sure cost effectiveness. But there's also the fact of like how does that work for putting dust back into a slot with the dust rune in it? Because like when it's a cartridge, in the modern RWBY weapons, you just slot in a cartridge, already pre-made, already done. When it's a dust rune, do you have to, like, rewrite the dust rune? Dust runes are slots with no different than regular slots, making the runes decorative? Ah, okay. This is way before Nyx innovated dust runes. Ah, okay. So it might just be an indicator of what type of dust is there. Rather than just using the color, it'd be more of an aesthetic thing, which is cool. I do like that, don't get me wrong. Because the dust cartridges, like, different dusts have different symbols for them and everything. Yeah, if it's an aesthetic thing, then that makes a lot of sense. Because if it's... Because in my head, I'm thinking, like, slots to refill dust runes. I'm like, that's... Based on the description, that wasn't how dust runes worked. But, yeah, makes sense. Okay. Interesting. Big wolf boy that likes keeping it to himself, a little bit more solitary, but is also loyal to those he does make a connection with. Interesting. Is there anything else that you'd like me to address / go over? As a prototype version of dust runes. Yeah. Makes sense. Not really, but maybe overall thoughts. honestly, I think he's a pretty solid character. You have thought him out. You've balanced him quite well, given the, like, you've thought about how much durability, regeneration, etc. for his aura, and kept it reasonable. The semblance, forming the aura construct around himself, is a good semblance. Like, having something that ties into not only the Faunus trait that he has, but I'm guessing it could tie into, like, backstory as well, given that it seems like his semblance is intended to give him more of a bestial nature when he's in it. Losing a bit of control and everything. The losing consciousness part, as I mentioned, might be a point of change, potentially, or at least a point that would need a little bit more explanation. But semblance is good, aura is good, weapon's fine. A single blade that can transform into short claws that each use dust, yeah. That's fine. Fighting style makes complete sense. Use what you have to your advantage. With his size, makes sense that he'd fight similar to Yatsuhashi, using the size, using gravity to your advantage, jumping high, bringing a massive blade down. Makes sense. Just makes sense. Ooh, good lunch, Captain Gaming. What? Is that an omelet? Looks kind of like egg. Cooked egg. But only egg whites. Overall, I think you've done a good job with the character. You've got his personality worked out. You know what he looks like. The size, aura, semblance, weapon. Everything seems good. You've thought everything through. He's not ridiculously overpowered or anything. Yeah, good job. Queso burrito. Oh, that's sauce poured over a burrito. Oh, I see now. I was just like, it looks like egg whites. Look like egg whites. Yeah. Honestly, other than just him losing consciousness, I think everything seems pretty balanced. Yeah. Though, one thing I will ask about, when it comes to the weapon, each of the claws you mentioned have a slot for the dust. When it's combined into a blade, all three slots would still remain there. So the blade is intended to be able to use 3 forms of dust? Or is it that it's going to be one type of dust that can be utilized by all 3 claws as well? Did not think that through. Ah, okay. Because the dust slots would still be there in all the different forms. Initially intended for one kind of dust at the time. Okay. Honestly, I do kind of like that better. Because one pitfall that I know a lot of people fall into is that they like having their characters being able to have more tools at their disposal. And in this case, more types of dust at their disposal. But I find that often starts bordering on the point of, like, you're giving the characters just an ability to cover everything. It wouldn't be able to trigger all 3 at once. Okay. Because, like, having just one type of dust, because there's also the thought of when a person is in battle, they need to be familiar with the tools that they have access to so that they can handle different situations as best as they possibly can. If there are too many tools at their disposal, then, you know, there's decision paralysis that could easily take effect. And when training to become a huntsman or huntress, it makes sense to master a smaller number of weapons, or at least weapons that have a smaller number of utilities with them, so that you can handle yourself and it becomes essentially an extension of your being. Whereas if you have all of these different types of things, then you're not going to be able to master it as well as someone who can do just one thing. It's now 103 degrees Fahrenheit at the stand right now. Oh no! Get a block of ice to stand on. Consciousness thing sounds like a thing where the semblance exhausts the user. Using too long drains your aura, makes you tired. Ergo, the loss of consciousness. But once you're unconscious, wouldn't the semblance deactivate? Because if your semblance keeps going and draining your aura when you're unconscious, that doesn't sound good. Because, like, we've not had it before where a person's semblance is activating while unconscious, right? Got a bag of ice for your phone so you can charge it while you watch. Otherwise, it'll overheat. Makes sense. Makes sense. I'm guessing... Hopefully the bag doesn't sweat too much and the water doesn't get into the phone. Unless it's a passive semblance, then no. Even when passive, we don't know if the semblance continues to be active while they're asleep. We haven't seen Crow unconscious and bad luck happening around him, I don't think. But, and at least in this case, this would not be a passive semblance. This would not be a passive semblance. This would be too strong to be passive. Because passive semblances, if there is a constant effect that is happening with the semblance, it would be minimized, and it would have to be small enough that the rate of aura consumption does not overtake the rate of aura regeneration. Because if they're using more aura than they're regenerating, then they would constantly be at 0 aura, and then their semblance would just never be active. So passive semblances are generally something that would have a very weak effect, and then you can channel aura into it to create a greater effect type thing. But yeah, that's something more to look into. The 3 dust slots that are on the weapon, and then the consciousness with the semblance as well. Other than that, though, seems like it's relatively balanced. Like, pretty balanced character, pretty balanced semblance, weapon, fighting style. It's just working out the kinks with it to make it work. Yeah. See, there was no need to be nervous. You're good at creating characters. Have confidence. Have confidence. Yeah. Magus, welcome back. We just finished pancakes and you would be up next. Perfect timing. Is there anything else? Any other questions you have, Pancake? Or are we okay to move on to Magus's character next? No questions? Continue? Alrighty then. Thank you for sharing your character, Pancake. Thank you, thank you. And thank you, Nyx, as well, for sharing the dust runes. Let's go here. Then... Miu! Hello! How art thou? Hope you're doing well. Magus. Ooh. Interesting. Writing that I cannot read. Interesting. Hopefully I can pronounce this correctly. Lamau is very sausage-shaped. Indeed he is. He is out cold. He was up and meowing before, but not at the moment. I shall boop when he awakens. Okay, we have a semblance to go over. Right, meow. The mouse. Oh, the mousage. There's the shenanigans that happened during the Dusterins conversation. Yeah, yeah. Oh, he's twitching in his sleep. Okay. So. Stretch first, I guess. Ugh. Ugh. Oh. Ooh. Oh. Oh. Birth had been sitting a while? I have, yes. Whew. I'm sorry, buddy. Did I wake you? No big stretch. Huh? Yes. Tickled the burb? But why? Meow. Huh? Aw, the kibby. Alright, so... Semblance. Pitomai? Is that the appropriate word? A Greek word meaning to fly. Is able to create two large bird-like wings of shimmering grayish-white aura that unfold from his back. These wings allow him the ability to glide mid to long distances depending on the take of height. Can even act as a parachute to slow his fall during an emergency. Can also flap his wings, allowing him the ability to briefly fly and gain a greater degree of mobility whilst airborne. Meow. The boop. The boop's applied. Pushing himself sideways, upwards, or even backwards if he's on the ground. Continuous flapping of these wings, however, drains his aura at a faster rate than if he were simply to glide. Okay, makes sense. Well, these wings can be used to block attacks. This is not recommended, for the wings themselves are very fragile and will break after a few hits. His wings typically last until either he flies too high, flaps too many times, and thus runs out of aura. They get destroyed by some external means, such as them being shot. He is incapable of imbuing his wings with wind dust, allowing him to stay airborne for longer periods of time without the need for flapping. He can also use this method of dust imbuement to create powerful gusts of wind capable of knocking opponents backwards. Doing this, however, causes his wings to degrade faster than if he simply flapped them. Okay. So I definitely see what you're doing with the semblance and trying to balance it against Scarlet David's semblance. Because Scarlet David has the semblance of glide, which is simply just he can glide through the air. So you're taking it in a way where giving it a bit more mobility than Scarlet and a bit more utility, but making it consume a lot more aura. And thus, that's the downside to it. So it's not just strictly better than Scarlet's, it has different uses. I like that. So we'll Icarus OC with this semblance. Whose semblance? Character we don't know yet. Scarlet semblance is glide, yes. Scarlet David's semblance is glide. That is how he was able to glide during the fight that Team Sun had against Team Indigo in the Vital Festival tournament. His semblance is just glide. He can just glide through the air. Cannot fly, but he can glide. Did not know there was a semblance like that in canon already. Ah, okay. Yeah, it's been a minute since I watched that fight. Sounds like it's time for a RWBY rewatch. Yes, so there is a glide semblance that exists in RWBY already. So that is the basis for comparison when it comes to creating semblances that can glide or fly. Because his semblance can just glide, so if we leave it as something that's strictly better than that, that enters that gray area, because there are going to be semblances, some stronger and weaker than others, but when it comes to creating OCs that just has a strictly better semblance than someone in canon, I'm hesitant when it comes to that, because that's just power creeping canon at that point, right? But you've already balanced it against that, even if you didn't know that Scarlet David's semblance existed. because Scarlet's semblance, as far as we know, is not very aura consuming. He can glide on the air, doesn't seem to drain his aura that much. Creating aura construct wings inherently already would consume more aura than Scarlet's, and then any movement that's done with them is more aura consuming as well. Actually, I'm rewatching RWBY. Finished Volume 1 last night. Nice! Alright, so you'll see this when you get to Volume 3 then. Looks like a collection of RWBY DVDs. A good idea, mayhaps. Indeed, indeed. I'm kind of wanting to rewatch RWBY as well. Because I still have yet to watch the Volume 9 commentary, and I'm sure there's even more video ideas to make from that. Black Sheep, hello! So, this semblance does have a lot of different utility in it when it's making aura constructs. Because, as you mentioned, the aura construct, if you flap the wings, then you can actually stay airborne for longer. Now, you've already balanced it to the point where you can't just create aura wings and then fly like no tomorrow. You need to already be at a height, you already need to be airborne, and like you can flap it maybe once or twice to actually keep yourself in the air or dodge attacks, etc. But it would be very aura draining. Blocking attacks, I feel like that might be like one attack, and then they'd probably be destroyed at that point, because flying is already a pretty high utility semblance. There's like so many videos to make of RWBY, so little time. I know. Do it, rewatch it. One of the ideas that I also have for, I guess, a video series before Volume 10 arrives is reviewing RWBY, where I go back and review every single volume of RWBY as a whole. Just do one video per volume. Not going to go episode by episode, because that would be... Well, there's over 100 episodes of RWBY. If I did that one a week, that'd be over 2 years already. One block attack per wing, perhaps, due to fragility? You could do it that way. However, if you only have one wing left, wouldn't that just mean you're falling from the sky anyways? If they're supposed to whole team, but damn, you lost all your motivation for writing RWBY characters? Oh no, Black Sheep! Sorry to hear that. Is it just that, you know, your interest kind of ebbs and flows, and that right now you're not that interested in it, but you might come back around to it eventually? No worries. If you don't want to submit anything right now, that's all fine. All good. The Law and Remnant Dust Victims Unit. Because if we add too much utility to the wings, then that would power creep Scarlet's semblance quite a lot. Might come back to it? Yeah, hopefully. I've written so much already. That's true. You have written quite a lot. Is it just that you've gotten interest in other things, or are you just kind of losing interest in RWBY? Chaos redeemed a page as well. Nice. When it comes to imbuing the wind dust into the wings, what is it about the wind dust imbued into the wings that allows them to stay airborne for longer periods of time? Because I feel like imbuing dust into your semblance might also increase the aura consumption of it as well. It's a great powerful gust of wind capable of knocking opponents backwards. Use the method of dust imbuement to create powerful gusts of winds that are capable of knocking opponents backwards. That makes sense if you're already on the ground fighting. When you're in the air, maybe not so much. Dust generates a wind uplift. Sure. But do you need to imbue the wings with dust to do that? For the character, they'd likely build, given the semblance that they have, they'd likely create a weapon to have utility with their semblance. So I feel like this could be something that's built into their weapon rather than needing to be part of their semblance. Like wind dust in their boots or something to give them more momentum forward. Because again, if this is for canon, if it's for alternate universe, then that makes sense. But if it's for canon, I'm just trying to balance the utility of it so it's not like too much, because having the ability to just fly straight up is quite strong in the RWBY universe. It is not something that we have seen really at all. There's Yuma, the Bat Faunus, but outside of that and Penny, the ability for individual flight is just not common. And Rail redeemed one, okay. How to keep in a franchise with no new content? Yeah, I can understand that. But then again, I've mentioned this before. We've been spoiled with RWBY. Having a new season of an animated show release yearly for almost a decade? That's unheard of. Most anime get a season every 2 years if they're extremely popular, but a lot of them can go 3-4 years between seasons, and that's normal. So we've been very spoiled with RWBY, and the fact that, you know, Volume 10, there might be a 5-year gap between Volume 9 and Volume 10, that's just normal anime at that point. That's what's normal for animated shows. So Mark saying posting another trailer could reignite your motivation? Yeah, hopefully. I hope so. And a 20 stream streak, nice. But either way, people are gonna... their interests are going to ebb and flow, right? You don't have to be like gung-ho into one thing at all times. If RWBY's not your current interest, then that's okay. No one needs to force themselves to be interested in something, and no one needs to force themselves to not be interested in something either. Like, yeah, that's okay. I hope that your interest is reignited in RWBY, but if it's not, that's okay too. RWBY's like, yeah. Lord of the Rings has entered chat. Fair. But yeah, the imbuement with wind dust, that's definitely something to think about. Because again, is this for alternate universe or for canon? I guess it could be edited to be for either or. But like it to be canon compliant. Yeah, okay. Then, like, imbuing the wings with wind dust, that should be fine. As you mentioned, it does degrade them a little faster than if you simply flap them. Well, especially using the wind dust to knock opponents backwards. But for the point of staying airborne, I don't know if the wind dust needs any extra utility in that regard. Alternate universe, but close to canon as possible. Yeah. Well, season 3 of Rings of Power drops in November. We don't talk about that? Yeah, I've heard conflicting things about it, and I've seen some clips of Rings of Power, and it's interesting, to say the least. Yeah, it's just balancing it against what we already know about canon. Because individual flight is just not common. We have a semblance that is simply just glide. And because Scarlet can glide. If he has height already, he can glide. He cannot gain any height. And I'm guessing he would have some maneuverability if he wanted to, but he can't gain any height with it. So already this semblance has more utility than Scarlet's. being able to, like, at the cost of more aura consumption, it makes sense. Being able to gain a little bit of height if the wings are flapped, or block an attack as a last-ditch effort. Time limit between flaps, maybe, so it's more of a super jump rather than flight. Well, even then, it's aura consumption. So, like, if you desperately need to get out of a situation and, like, need to flap the wings, like, 5 times to gain a little bit of height to get over a obstacle or something in the air, but that's going to take a majority of your aura, for example, then sure, that is an easy way to balance it. But yeah, it just makes it tough given that flight is so uncommon in RWBY. And that's because, like, I made a character that has wings as my main character, and I specifically took away her ability to fly. 1, for tragic backstory, but 2, also because I didn't want a power creep cannon. Meant to be an OC alluding to Icarus as well. We know how that story goes. Too close to the sun, so easily just by flapping too high, trying to gain too much height, aura breaks and falls. And if that's the case, then that could give the character who once enjoyed their semblance, flying in the sky, being able to glide, trying to push the semblance to their limits, flapping too high, aura breaks, they fall to the ground, injure themselves, potentially, and then thus develop a fear of heights. That could be an interesting character trait as well. Yeah, like, the semblance itself, I think, is okay. I think it's pretty balanced creating the aura constructs. It's just the aura consumption of it is going to have to be balanced compared to canon. And then the imbuing of the wind dust. When on the ground, you know, because you're not always going to be able to get to a point where you're at a height to be able to jump. This is not, I'm guessing this is not a semblance where they can just, you don't intend the person to be able to create the wings and then just from ground level jump into the air like an actual bird and fly from there, because that probably would not be possible. Their limit being the landing. As long as there's aura left, you should be able to land just fine. It would take some, of course, practice runs for sure and getting used to it, but I think that should be fine. But yeah, gaining a greater degree of mobility whilst airborne, pushing himself sideways, upwards, or even backwards if he's on the ground. Yeah, being able to have utility of it on the ground, like to push himself back or imbue with wind dust to create a gust of wind. Yeah, that makes sense. Having the wind dust give extra mobility to the gliding, maybe, but either jump off something or you get one hell of a running start to get airborne. I think they'd need more than a running start. They'd probably need someone or something to launch them at that point. Which realistically shouldn't be too difficult to do in the RWBY universe, given that we've seen Mercury with the wind dust in his boots be able to launch himself into the air or save himself from falling. So perhaps that's something that this character would have. Wind dust in his boots, so he can actually, like, jump up a tree or to the side of a building, then launch himself off of that to get some height and be able to glide, and then use the wind dust as well to give him a boost while gliding. And go with that. Weapon's a pogo stick that lets him get height. 2 OCs that are bird faunesses. One's is missing wing, the other, she wasn't a huntress, her weight would prevent her from flying. Makes sense. And, like, that's the thing. Like, when you give a character just inherently the ability to fly, because faunus, their flight or their wings, their faunus trait is something separate from aura and semblance, so already they technically have a leg up on other characters, depending on what faunus trait that is. So yeah, there's a bunch of different ways to work this and make it balanced in canon. It's tricky, though. It's tricky, though. I like to think it's much, I think it's so much the fear of heights. It's the momentums fail. Total stillness and the inability to grab onto anything. The total helplessness. That would be a feeling that very few people would understand. Because generally, it's not the fear of heights that's really what it is for people. It's the fear of falling from a height. But yeah, when you have control in the air, and then all of a sudden you lose that control, and then there's that moment of like, oh no, there's no help there. Even more so than being stuck in the middle of the ocean, which is terrifying in its own right if you're just sitting there floating in the middle of the ocean. You can at least float on your back, and you know, you're not gonna just immediately fall to your death. Sharks could be in there, there could be other things, but regardless, if that happens in the sky, there's nothing and no one. No one can help you, nothing. And then you're just gonna fall. Speed has never killed anyone. Suddenly becoming stationary is what gets you. That is not true. Speed has killed people before. Because I'm pretty sure there's people who have been in fighter jets or like experiments like that where they've gained too much speed that they've just started like bleeding from their eyeballs. I'm pretty sure that there is someone that's happened to. I'm pretty sure. But with that being the case, damn, he doesn't know Top Gear. I do. I've seen Top Gear. Top Gear's fictional, though. Maybe based on a true story, but that's also one instance. It's more from G-forces, but that's still speed. You get G-forces by going real fast. Going too fast liquefies your parts. See? See? And it's worse. So much as stumbles or loses balance. We're back to falling in the open air. Okay, so it's a very tricky semblance then as well. So yeah, there's ways to balance it for sure. So I think it's relatively balanced as long as you keep those ideas in mind when writing the character to make sure that it's not too much utility offered by this semblance and it just becomes more than we've ever seen in canon, at least. It's Top Gun. Top Gear is a British motoring show? Oh, then no, I have not seen Top Gear. I have not seen Top Gear. But with that being said, is there anything else that you'd like me to touch on, Magus? Anything more that you'd like to mention or bring up in regards to the semblance? Best trio in television? Wonder if having more average aura capacity could possibly is possible outside of Jean. There's going to be a range of aura capacity that an individual has. It's just Jean's just so far is notably outside of that. What was your overall thoughts on it? I like it. It's an interesting semblance. It's just, again, when it compares to canon, it's difficult to balance because we just have not seen individual flight. Who knows? When we get to Volume 10 and in Vacuo, maybe that's where all the bird faunus are. Maybe that's where we're going to see a lot of people who are capable of flying. It's just... I like the idea. Balancing it against Scarlet's with his glide, having a character that is more focused on gliding but has a little bit more maneuverability at the expense of costing more aura, it makes sense. And definitely has some interesting character writing implications that could go along with it. As you mentioned, that fear of stillness when momentum runs out and you just plummet, like that sounds really interesting to me. So it's not definitely not a broken semblance, and it could have some good potential for writing as well. I like it. I like it. US Top Gear was lame. Could definitely be better. Huh. Favorite in Top Gear, drives a car that only has 3 wheels. I've seen those on the road before. But yeah. Ray, hello. How are you? With that, though, Arcana is up next. Then we have Nyx, who had Sirius redeem for him. Then it'll be Greg, then Chaos, then Rail. I just woke up. Well, good morning. Good morning. So we'll go here. Go here. Thank you for sharing your semblance idea, Magus. Thank you. Wizard Sorcerer OC, that's part of the first generation of humanity when the gods were still around. And long after getting wiped, their items survived to modern day and found by huntsmen. I mean, it's possible, but they wouldn't be magic items. That's the thing, because magic was something gifted to humanity, and as far as we know, magic items aren't a thing. Thanks for the advice. You're welcome. Glad you think it's cool. Yeah, of course. Thank you for sharing. So Arcana, you shall be up next. Can't connect to chat. Oh no. Oh no, what happened? Sirius has apparently fallen and not been able to reconnect. Okay, time for bad OC time. Oh no, don't say that unless unless it's intentionally bad. Untitled document. Now, normally, I wouldn't... Untitled documents might be dangerous, but... Interesting. The name already is raising eyebrows. Because magic items in that one RWBY game are canon? Which RWBY game is that? It shows you, but not on your laptop? Weird. Have food! I'm here for the show! Bad OC would be funny, but I'll see how this pans out. Yee. Damn for that. Strongest semblance ever. Plot armor! Title document. Don't think that they are canon? Yeah, I would not consider them canon. Like, strict canon is what appears in the show. The Grimm campaign, I don't consider canon. And, like, some of the things that we see in, like, RWBY Arrowfell and, like, Grim Eclipse... Not really canon, but for reshare mine as a PDF. Yeah, PDF is fine. PDF is fine. Yeah, Grimm campaign I don't consider canon because like because I know the Grimm campaign had, and this is when I stopped watching the Grimm campaign once this was introduced because I think it was at the end of like the season 1 of the Grimm campaign. They introduced a necklace that could control Grimm, and I'm like, what? If that technology existed at all, why the hell haven't we seen it in 9 seasons of the show? That's the thing. At this point in the RWBY series, new, or I guess old technology that has existed since ancient times can't just be introduced out of nowhere that some random mob boss has, because if some random mob boss has it, then why haven't we seen it? This is why I go for alternate universe OCs? Yeah. Hey, Grim Eclipse is totally canon. To be fair, I haven't played Grim Eclipse, but I don't think so. Me no think so. Me no think so. Okay. Radia? I'm guessing it's supposed to be Radia since radioactive element like a radium. Radia Roosevelt. Oh no. Oh no. Lucifer's in the chat. Faunus. Snake. Small environment, dark screen scales. The Western Green Mamba. I see the inspiration we're going here for here. The snake in the Garden of Eden. Scales of the Western Green Mamba are often described as spectacular and stunning due to their bright, almost jewel-like appearance and unique texture. Gender's female. Age 22, height 5'6", weapon, Serpent's Kiss. Okay. He's the devil. I mean, yeah. Looked for the cross and holy water. Cause thinking, oh shit, what did it do there? Ah, I see. The problem maybe if people Grim Eclipse, the fact that Merlot was able to mutate Grim. Yeah, that's the main thing that I point to. I still need to play Grim Eclipse on stream at some point. I call the priest. I don't know if one priest is going to be enough. The power of Christ compels you. In active mode is a walking cane with a rose-patterned silver handle. What looks like a snake wrapped around the handle, forming its grip with a rose at the top. Ooh, an ornate cane. Form 2 is a blade. Cane would move back, revealing the blade with earth dust. Cane would move back. So is the cane itself not acting as a sheath for it? It's actually able to, like, transform? Blade with earth dust. And form 3 is a whip. A wire slides out as the blade breaks up, becoming a whip with thorns like blades running down from the top to the bottom. So it's a dagger tail, essentially. Sword that becomes sectioned out, and yeah. Whip became 5 meters long, but can extend an exacta, I'm guessing, extend to 8 meters for range. Reason to catch people off guard. Dust in the handle can sent through to integrate dust channels in the wire and out through the blades for added effect. Dust types use fire and lightning and combustion. Main use is for pain. That seems like a lot of types of dust. I scared I messed up the first line. I mean plant dust. Ah. No, everything's fine. Messed up again with the writing. It's okay. It happens. Typos happen all the time. When I'm reading, because serif videos are the only ones I have a script that I'm reading from. You don't want to know how many times I'm reading through and then I get to a sentence where I just have to stop, fix the writing error that I did, and then re-record the line. Don't worry, it happens. You're good. But that's 4 types of dust already in this weapon. Fire, lightning, combustion, and earth dust. Alternate universe or canon OC? Yeah. Okay. 3's a lot. I can drop to 2, but she's meant to be a dust type wielder. Like, having fire and lightning, I think is probably all you need. The combustion dust, having combustion dust and fire dust in there seems a little bit redundant. And I'm curious what the earth dust is used for as well. Because having the whip-like blade to use fire dust and lightning dust to inflict pain, that might be enough in its own. Outfit, her gloves and clothes have lightning dust mixed into them. Okay, so it definitely seems like lightning dust is the specialty. Like, fire and lightning is probably good enough, but up to you. Kind of both trying to stay in the canon rules. Okay. Canon-fitted character for alternate universe story. A semblance is resonance. Sensory hijacking. When she touches someone, she can send her aura over to them. It forces a sensory pathway for tactile sensation in their body to increase, act like a poison. Her aura on touch, or even from her weapon covered in it. Once the transfer happens, the aura starts to burn off, giving it a time limit. This time depends on the amount of aura passed over. Like a venom, it takes time to start taking effect, but the more aura that is added, the faster and stronger it will get. as long as her aura has had time to transfer over. So if she is able to grab someone, strike them with her weapon, she transfers her own aura to them, and it increases their sensory pathways for pain. Is that... And then she just electrocutes them and burns them. Damn. That's really cool. I like that. Because, like, because it's increasing their sensation to pain, like the tactile sensation in their body to increase. This doesn't actually, like, inhibit their movements or anything, does it? Because I just want to know, or well, I guess I can read the limitations here. Effects and time is completely dependent on the amount of aura she sends over. It drops her aura shield faster. She gives up aura to use it. Amplification has a strong aura drain. Must make physical contact to run her aura down her weapon item to activate it. Takes time to really affect someone. Yeah, that makes sense. I think the semblance is completely balanced. I think it's fine. I'm just wondering, like, what exactly the intent is with the tactile sensation. Obviously to increase pain. Depends on the pain, and their strength to dealing with it. Yeah, some people are tolerant to pain. This would be a completely ineffective semblance against someone like Hazel, who has the nullification of pain as a semblance. Okay, we live under extreme heat warning. Oh no! Born in the slums of Mantle. Okay. Questions you have. How to make her story. Ideas to go with family betrayal for money by using her scales, by pulling them out and selling them. Selling her based on the looks of the scales. Ooh. So they're using her scales to make money, or selling her based on the looks of her scales. Either are possibilities. Like, with the looks of the scales, if her family, for example, like to betrayal for money using her scales, if they ran like a jewelry shop, a clothing shop, like, because there's clothing that has like scale patterns in it, right? If you used actual scales for that, just the accents, glitter things, snake oil scale, kind of, but making oil from a faunus, that, I mean, if you're selling actual snake oil, what would be the intended uses of it? And if you're selling like what snake oil is known for, as in it does nothing, you don't need actual faunus stuff to do that. Sirius, welcome back. You found your way. You've been having that for 2 months? Ooh. So your Wi-Fi is the culprit? Huh. Interesting. But glad you were able to figure it out. Hopefully the Wi-Fi continues to be compliant. But you could easily, like, harvesting her scales for clothing, for jewelry, perhaps even for... Given that she's in the slums of Mantle, things that have a glitter, a shine to them, they could actually be used for accents in makeup as well. Given that Atlas and high society, rather than clothing or jewelry, it could just be the scales are ground up into makeup that gives, like, that could allow someone to have like the glittery blush or something like that. I'm not a makeup expert by any means, but just spitballing ideas here. Because that would give them like a continuous source of income. And then after a certain point, when she's like, hey, this is hurting me a lot, please stop this. I want out from this. And as she grows up and possibly even develops her aura and awakens her semblance to avoid everything that's happening with this, then they just decide to sell her and get rid of her because she's becoming disobedient, because they can't control her anymore. It's possible, since her family's from the slums, that they may have just sold her initially. She could even end up being an orphan in Mantle. That perhaps, like, it could be something as simple as her parents were minors and they ended up passing away, and then she ended up at an orphanage in Mantle that was not kind to kids, and then whoever ran the orphanage was the one who sold her off to some company in Atlas that then used her scales in clothing, jewelry, makeup, whatever. Something like that. There's a few different ways that you could go about this, for sure. There's a lot of different possibilities that each of them would work good in their own right, depending on how you wanted to write that. Is the intent to have her go to the Huntsman Academy at some point? That, you know, after being put through everything in her younger years, that she, at the age of, like, the thing is, she needs some combat experience to be able to get directly into the Huntsman Academy. Like, the backstory, there's plenty of ideas for and everything. But if the intent is to have her go to a Huntsman Academy, given that she has, you know, a weapon, she's trained with her semblance, it's likely she would have some training to begin with at some point. They yearn for the mines too much. Oh no. Parents died to dust lung. Damn dust mines. Snake scales being charms. There's definitely old superstitions of things like that. The thing is, though, there's superstitions in our world, but in a world where Faunus exists, I don't know if the same superstitions would have come about given the prejudice against Faunus. Because historically, it seems like humans, as a whole, have thought of Faunus as lesser than human. And so I don't know if something would come about that parts of a Faunus, like scales, would be seen as charms for anything. She and team Surf? Main idea being she known, she slowly turns more dark and wants to return the pain to others she believes deserves it. Given the backstory that you want to go with, 100%, because if she's being continuously harvested for scales, that is a constant pain that she would be having to deal with throughout those many years of her life. Having scales forcefully removed, that would be the initial pain, but also the wound that would be left until those scales regrew, that would be a constant source of pain. Like, that would be... her entire existence would be painful for those years until she would finally break free of it. That would probably also just inherently make her more tolerant to pain in the first place. And so she will go to the Huntsman Academies at some point. Now the question is, well, first and foremost, I'm going to throw this out there. She's probably not going to want to go to Atlas Academy, given that it's Atlas that would probably be the one harvesting her scales. She would probably not want anything to do with Atlas. So she's probably going to go to another kingdom. Likely not Mistral, given that Mistral, with its ties to Atlas, although there are Faunus present there, I feel like the Faunus prejudice is going to be a little bit higher in Mistral compared to either Vale or Vacuo. So probably Vale or Vacuo. Yeah, Vale or Vacuo is the best. Vacuo for the heat. I mean, snakes are known to be heat resistant to some degree. I mean, I too have a snake Faunus that has went from Mistral to Vacuo, so character design reminds me of Tifa Lockhart. Really? I do not get Tifa vibes from her. But can kind of see it, maybe. Maybe. Line of good and bad, I want to get blurry. Like her trauma taking control, making her more violent at times. Oh, absolutely. 100% with this backstory, being subjected to pain for years, 100% it'd be blurred in her mind. 100%. That's easily understandable how she would get to that point. And just... I don't know if she would take pleasure in inflicting pain just in every circumstance, but when it comes to inflicting pain on those who hurt others, I think she would take great joy in doing that, to the point where the rest of her team might be like, maybe not. I see it too now, and I draw it. Yes. Sheena from Overwatch might be a good character to look into. But yeah, I think, honestly, I think there's a lot... Did you just shake your head in your sleep, cat? He out cold. Yeah. Other than the multiple different types of dust, given her backstory and the story that you want to go with, just keeping it at fire and lightning, the ones that would inflict that pain to others, make the most sense. Combustion dust feels a little bit redundant with fire dust, and earth dust, I'm not sure what the intent is with earth dust, but if you just focus it on fire and lightning, or even just lightning, then I think that works fine. Because when it comes to the tactile sensation, like, sure, there's the heat that would come from fire, but electricity, that stuff travels through the whole body, sending a shock through an entire person's body, considering she has lightning dust in her gloves, wrapping that dust whip around someone and electrocuting that part of them. I think lightning dust, even just focusing on that one type, that's enough. Shamir? Who's that? Another Final Fantasy character? Perhaps? And then, like, the backstory, like, we've went over the ideas with that. Since it's in the slums, someone might sell her to someone in Atlas who can make use of her scales. The three options that I mentioned come to mind: clothing, jewelry, makeup. There's potentially many others. Can you keep plant dust for hiding her weapon? Earth was the wrong dust type dropping in. Oh, I get it now. You want plant dust to have wood to cover the blade. Huh. Interesting. The only thing is, we've not seen plant dust used in the RWBY series, so we don't know if you get to choose what type of plant is grown with it. I don't know if you can use plant dust specifically to just grow a wood sheath, and then I don't think you can use plant dust to retract a wood sheath. The idea was that so the blade would never look like a weapon. I love the idea. Don't get me wrong, I love that idea of using dust to hide the weapon and then being able to remove it and have the weapon revealed. I love that idea. I just don't think it's possible. Unfortunately. Burn it off with fire, best backup idea? Yeah, you burn it off with fire, just beat it over someone's head. Plant dust seems too chaotic to use for shaping. I think just bursting plants. Yeah, that's my guess as well. Like, because the way that I've always imagined plant dust being used is like it just creates a burst of vines or whatever on the ground. I don't know how much control can be gained with it. Without a semblance like Weiss's, where her glyphs can channel and focus the dust, I don't think you'd be able to control plant dust. Thought of it as super fertilizer. Yeah, that could be as well. Just rapidly growing anything that's in the vicinity or anything it comes in contact with. Never put a sword in the earth. No, it would dull the blade. But if you have the earth, or I mean the plant grow around it, then I like to see plant dust used to know what it's like. So would I. Honestly, I would love to see what it looks like in canon. But we just haven't seen it. One, probably because animating plant dust and all the moving vines and everything, it may have just costed a bit too much. But sword cane's real life, so you could just do a wood sheath. Yeah, that was my initial thought as well. I feel like that's probably the way that it's going to have to go, because that's just the simplest way to do it. It's just, I really like that idea of having the dust concealing the blade and then just being able to reveal it like that. How far should she be dipping into evil? That is up for you to decide. Given that she's going to be a member of a team in the academies, I don't think you can have her dip, like, full on evil, unless the story that you want to follow is that she's going to be an academy dropout. That she's going to potentially get expelled, or that she's going to get too fed up with the rules of the academy and how strict that they are, and she's going to abandon the academy and potentially her team. Now, if she ends up meeting, at the very least, a partner during the initiation that is of a similar mindset / a similar temperament and alignment, I guess is the better word, then perhaps they'll both leave together. But the thing is, if you have them be, like, fully evil, they're gonna get booted out of the academy. She be as anti-hero as she wants. Depends on how deeply she holds onto the trauma as and unable to move on. Yeah. Because I don't know if she's necessarily... It also depends on what her motivations for going to the academy are. If it's to gain the skills necessary to become strong enough to exact revenge on the people that she wants revenge on, or, like, what are her motivations going to be? Is it to get revenge on the people specifically that hurt her in the past? Is she going to go back to Atlas and become, like, vigilante, anti-hero, punishing those in power? Or is it just going to be more motivation of, I want the power to be able to inflict pain on anyone who takes pleasure in inflicting pain on others? Or is it just going to be like, the world hurt me, I'm going to hurt the world back, regardless of who it is? You could go with any of those motivations. It's just that's going to also dictate what her motivations going into school are, how she's going to handle that, and the likelihood that she'll make it all the way through. To the bane of sadists, exactly. Look into stories about revenge to see what characters like that usually do and how they end up. Yeah. Depends on the academy, honestly. To some extent. If she ended up going to Atlas Academy, I'm guessing she would just get fed up with it and transfer to a different academy. Of course, Vacuo is going to have more leniency when it comes to things like that, because we already know that in Vacuo, having a fight that goes to a full aura break is, you know, something that's not disincentivized, at the very least. Learn how to use her semblance and weapon. Learn about Huntsman, but slowly seeing people happy will chip at her mind. So there's still the potential for her to make friends, have allies, and make genuine connections with people. So you don't want her to go fully evil then. There might be a point in time in her story when she sees someone inflicting pain on another, and then she goes too far, and that might ostracize her from either her school, her class, potentially her team as well, And then that has an entire story arc where she runs away thinking people's abandoned her, or she thinks that people will never see eye to eye with her or something, and then perhaps her team goes out to find her, leads to an adventure that way. I bet she'd love putting Card in his place. Oh, that's something I would love to see. Oh my god. Sounds like a tipping point in her story you can follow through, or back away when she gets to that point. Yeah. I feel like there's plenty to go off of with the story. Seems like a little bit more research might be needed into what direction you actually want her character to go. And that might be something that you get an idea of as you are writing the story. As you start writing her backstory, how she starts growing up, you might start to think that, okay, this would really piss her off. If she saw something like this happening to someone else, she would react this way, etc. Something I want to see is Cardin getting his ass beat. I mean, Volume 2 was one of the earlier episodes, I think. Pyrrha soloed the entire team. Bill would cheer up and spit out a better person. Oz, you know, this is true. This is true. Oh, the kitty's out cold. Yeah, that was a glorious sight indeed. It's also possible that Cardin might become a better person. But best way I can put it is she dips in and out of evil. I want to make her use a figurative mask to play nice. Make up her to fit it and avoid her trauma. Okay. De Eepy Mao, indeed. Indeed, he is Eepy. Yeah, I think you can absolutely have it written that way. There's plenty of different ways. Once you figure out like the exact way that you want her origin story to be, you'll have the branching off point for how far you want her to delve into that aspect. Whether you want her to be someone that starts out very troubled and wanting to inflict pain on the world, and then upon meeting her friends, she softens up, becomes nicer, but still has those moments of darkness, or is someone that puts up a front even to her friends and is really just using her time at the academy to gain the power to strike back at those who've hurt her. Reason she pulled her trauma, trying to avoid it. Okay. This talk has helped with ideas. Has not moved in a long time with this. Glad I was able to help. Glad everyone in chat was able to help as well. But yeah, a lot of different directions to go, and I wish you all the best with your writing. I look forward to seeing how she turns out, because I love the design, love the semblance, and the way that the weapon works alongside it. Definitely think about the different dust types you want involved. Lightning may be all you need, but why not a little of both? Sure, you can have a little of both. It just depends on where you want the character to end up at the end. If she's gonna soften up, then she may not dip into evil as much as initially intended. Sheepy kitty. But yeah, thank you for sharing, Arcana. Thank you for sharing. With that, though, next up would be Nyx. So we went through 4 OC pages in like 2.5 hours. Wow. I might need to speed up a little bit. I'm trying to think the semblance is balanced. I was expecting that hammer down in your head. No, I think it's fine, because she's transferring a portion of her aura over to another individual. So it's not like, first of all, it requires physical touch. Either transferring it through her weapon or her body. Makes sense. And there's a time limit that it's going to last for. You already included that. And since she's transferring over a portion of her aura, it weakens her own aura defenses. She can't do that to multiple people. It's not like she can walk into a crowd and poison 20 people because she wouldn't have the aura for it. You've balanced it. Like, it's good. It's good. No. There's a give and take. It is good. Exactly. Exactly. It's knowledge of the meaning of their or shield will go up, making them stronger or not. That is a difficult point of contention because realistically, their aura shield would prevent some damage. It prevents physical damage. They still take the pain. And when it comes to semblances, we know that to some extent, aura can get through because mental semblances exist. Emerald's semblance of hallucinations can affect people with aura, with their aura shields active. So for that to happen, some amount of Emerald's aura has to be able to connect to that person's mind, even if they have their aura shield up. So someone having their aura shield up would likely slow down the progression of the poison and perhaps reduce the amount of tactile sensation that they're increasing. But the kitty asshole. Cat, you showing your full butthole on stream, you're gonna get me banned. But yeah, to some extent, aura can pass through the aura cloak of another person. You have to balance it. It's not just that, okay, well, because small amounts of aura can pass through, then I'm just gonna supercharge something through. It just might take more aura to get the same sensation, etc. And it might take longer for that to actually start taking effect. But it should be able to affect someone through their aura cloak. Yeah. With that, though, we shall move on to Nyx's character, if that is all right. If there's anything else, Arcana, or if we're good to move on. Let's go here. Go here. Go here. You have something to say. Do I have a good balance for green for her color? Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I think that her color is quite balanced. Like, the hints of green on her shoulders, like the scales aren't too overpowering in her overall design. The nice green eyes, the lighter green, stands out from the other green in her outfit. It's a different green for her top and her hair. And then those are the only green things that you have. There is a slight tint of green to her skin, but then the black pants, the black coat with the yellow accents, like, it works great. Works great. Hold Ember up like Simba. Long cat is long. Sorry, I didn't do this properly. Because from an outfit perspective, you don't need to be afraid to give the fabric texture and shapes. True. True. But simple outfit designs aren't a bad thing either. Thought I overdid it with the black? No. More scales on her body. Shoulder, spine, and thighs. Yeah, that's fine. That is fine. At the best of his skill, I think she looks great. I think simple designs are A-okay. But yeah. With that, though... I should think of 3D modeling. If something would just look a larger singular color blob, do something else to it. Ah, okay, makes sense. Reshine supper time? Oh, no. It's only 2 in the afternoon. He's got his food downstairs. If he wants to go eat, he can. Some designs are also to redraw in different poses. This is true. This is true. Let's go here. 2D hard enough. Yeah, that's fair. All right. So, Nyx's OC. I can tell the green's the main color without being overpowered. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Oh. Rayla Sherman is with make our alternate universe OCs. Human origin Veil, color name and rule yellow and silver. Rayla's derived from Germany, one of the meanings being beam of light. Sherman is of Middle English origin, meaning shearer of woolen garments. Oh, interesting. Rayla is the last member of Team Azure. Is a fighting prodigy. Alludes to Athena, the Greek goddess of wisdom and strategic warfare. Known to be aggressive in combat, putting it nicely. Oh no, she's going to beat someone to death, isn't she? And has obsessive tendencies. 5'4", dark skin, slim, well-toned frame. Yellow eyes and long silver hair. Ooh, interesting contrast. Typically wears silver combat robes with armor on the lower half of her legs and arms. Okay. Somewhat Pyrrha-esque, with the armor at least. Semblance, phalanx. Able to form a shield constructs from her aura within a few feet of her. Okay, okay. Interesting. Aggressive in combat, but what sounds like on its surface, defensive semblance. Unhinged OCs? You don't say. Weapon is the Odyssey. Long spear with blades on both ends of it. Okay. So it's a 2-pronged spear. Can transform into a longbow with hard light dust pull string. Also has assortment of dust arrows. Okay, cool. It's not exactly right in the head. Defenses uses to smush. Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well. It's either these shields are going to be used to slam into people, and it also depends on if the shields maybe have points at the bottom that could be used to stabby stab. Rilla is a fighting prodigy born in Vale. Trained to fight at an early age and would go on to win several tournaments. I was going to say, Pyrrha's going to be coming up in this, I'm sure. Yet she felt nothing from this. Eventually, she encountered Pyrrha and Nikos. They decided to have a duel, which Rhea lost. Rhea didn't know how to handle this. Followed Pyrrha to Beacon. Instead of finding Pyrrha, she found Alison Fontaine. This chance encounter unlocked something in Rayla's mind worse than revenge. Obsession. She became obsessed with Alison? What happened to make her obsessed? Spiky shields are also a thing. Yep. Yep. Let's go there. Let's go there. Have the shield pauldron. Obsession, like the movie? There's a movie called Obsession. I'm not surprised, but I have not seen it. Yeah, overall, like a spear that turns into a bow makes sense. Is she... I mean, given that she's more aggressive in combat, I'm guessing that her intended fighting style is close range. And with the shield constructs that she's able to form for her aura, I'm guessing you've considered like the amount of aura that creating these constructs would use, the amount of durability based on the amount of aura that is pumped into a given shield, if there's multiple shields versus one shield, etc. Posture check. Just as I decided to lean back, too. Allison is complete opposite of Rayla. And then the switch was flipped. Huh. It's been making the rounds online quite a bit. I guess not in the circles that I frequent. Granted, I don't really partake in many discussions online. I just watch different animes and then random things on YouTube. She can't really form more than 3 at a time. Okay. So you have thought of the limitations with the semblance. But I can easily imagine, like, what shape are the shields? What shape are you intending them to be? Because I'm wondering if she can, like, have a shield, and then a third shield on top, and create those 3 with an opening in the middle that she can fire arrows from, so she kind of makes her own defenses. Well, it's 4 a.m. Passing out. Oh my god, rewatch later. Stop by more often, gang. Thank you, Arcana. Thank you for sharing your OC, and thank you for stopping by. I hope you sleep well and can sleep in tomorrow, because 5 a.m. is well into the morning. Dr. Doom versus Salem? Doom. Ain't even close. Heard of that movie? Your sister saw it. Oh. Kind of like how Pyrrha's shield is shaped. Okay, so circular with the divots. Do you intend for her to be able to, like, make the shield on her arm to fight similar to how Pyrrha fights with her lance? No work. Sleep in, yes. Sleep like an unconscious rock. Sleep well. Okay. Interesting. But then the shields can also float around her to some extent. Like, how much mobility are you intending to have with these shields? Like, does she have to hold her hand out to create a shield like 2 feet in front of where her hand is, and she can only move it directionally with her hand? Because, like, within a few feet of her. Because, like, are the shields meant to be stationary? Are they meant to have mobility? It shouldn't be the point where, okay, she can create the shields and then they're just rotating around her at any point. I feel like there needs to be some intended mobility when it comes to stationary objects like shields. Shield constructs can only be within 5 feet of her and maintain shape maximum. Okay. Oh, sleep to your voice. Stream stays on. Thank you, Arcana. I try not to be too loud. Chat was jammed? Oh no, Pancake. That sucks. What is Twitch doing? How did that happen? How did that happen? Weird. She also has to consciously move them with her hands if not attached to her. Perfect. That is a good way to balance it. Yeah. Honestly, I think that semblance is fine. 3 shields maximum. Can only be made within 5 feet of her. And can only move, like, if she's directing it with her hand. Yeah, I think that's perfectly balanced. Of course, if the shields are taking hits or taking damage, for them to stay, like, solid, it would take more aura. And I'm sure that's been thought of as well. So, Doom wins unless Doom bot. Doom bot. We are all Doom bot? I don't know what that means. But yeah, welcome back, Pancake. Yeah. So yeah, semblance is fine. The weapon's fine as well. A spear that turns into a longbow. I mean, it's alternate universe, so having access to all these different dust types, sure. Like a hard light dust string, that makes sense. Got some technology from Atlas. Giving all of the dust arrows, again, alternate universe, so characters can be however powerful you want them to be, but I don't know if having all the different types of dust would be necessary. Mostly uses lightning and wind dust arrows. Okay. If a character mostly uses one or two types of dust, I'd say just limit it at that. Just leave it as those two types of dust because that's what they specialize in, that's what they're used to using. Adding the other dust types to them simply just makes it, for convenience sake, oh, they can now handle this situation. That gives them less struggles when it comes to writing. Lightning and wind dust it is, yeah. What if a Doom from First Humanity teamed up and Team RWBY found out how powerful he is? I don't know the Doom's power set. I don't read comics, so I don't know. Don't want to be overdoing it with the dust types we made? Yeah. Because I know you've made unique dust types as well. And yeah, just like having one character use every type of dust just seems excessive in and of itself, but especially with Rayla being a combat specialist, like shield constructs and her weapon, like she's fighting up close and personal, like she's using her semblance to fight up close and personal, block attacks and things like that. The dust is going to be secondary to her main fighting capabilities. So that's just extra, right? Rayla's the team's DPS. Oh, I see. Tempest and Magma specifically. Okay. Yeah. Honestly, why not just go with Tempest Dust for her? Because Tempest is lightning and wind, right? Yeah, just give her that one type of dust. Feel like that'd be enough to DPS. Magical genius, technical genius, and all-around inventor on par with Reed Richard. Ah, so he's a magical genius as well. Because I know, granted, I think my only experience with Doom is like from the old 2000 or old Fantastic Four movie that was like in the 2000s. I think that was when it came out. And like Doom didn't really have that great of a showing there. Wind, water, and lightning. Oh yeah, then just Tempest Dust I think would be fine. Scared of the crap out of RWBY and Salem? Yeah. So yeah, I think that's fine. And then beyond that, I think everything works pretty well. with the character. You've got the design for it. You already have how the team works together. Yeah. And then Tempest Dust she shall use from here on out. Yeah. I feel like that simplifies it. And then she doesn't have to think about what types of arrows she's going to be using other than normal arrow or Tempest arrow. Do I need to just pierce one target or do I need to blow away a group? Like, yeah, I think that works. I think that works. Is there anything else you'd like me to touch on with the character? Consider it redundant to give both ice and earth dust to the same character based on mountain winter goddess. It depends on what else that character has going on. 'Cause I try to limit the amount of dust, and this is my own personal rule. Again, based on what we've seen in canon, I try to limit the amount of dust that a person uses to one type of dust. Unless they are a dust specialist, then I give them multiple types of dust because that is their main form of fighting. For example, using my own team, there's Sarah. She has fire dust to augment the attacks that she makes with her blades and her wings. Piers uses water dust mainly just because of his inspiration, but he's mostly like a close combat fighter. The water dust is just completely secondary, not something that really comes up all that often. Hesper, someone who fights with gravity dust, because it can augment her fighting style and allow her to be more wild with her fighting. Zelina is the dust specialist. She has 4 different types of dust because her whips, she generally only uses the whips to use the dust associated with them. The whips she does use as whips themselves, but it's the dust that she's more focused on using. So it really depends on what you want to do with the character and how you intend them to fight. During Team Azura's time at Beacon, Rayla matches Pyrrha and the fight ends in a draw. Ooh, interesting. Doom takes a yearly stroll into hell to beat up Mephisto? Mephisto isn't, for the ass beating? Who's Mephisto? But yeah, is there anything else you'd like me to touch on with Rayla? I think overall you seem to have everything pretty worked out. It was just the dust thing that I mentioned, but I think that's all. Awesome. Thank you for sharing Rayla then. Great character. I would like to see that fight between Rayla and Pyrrha animated as well. That'd be cool to see, because all of the different shields that Pyrrha would be dodging, avoiding, trying to fight through, like that would just be an intense battle between 2 skilled fighters. That would be crazy. The Devil of Marvel. There's a devil in Marvel? Does that mean there's a heaven and a god of Marvel too? Okay. With that, though, let's go here. Best offense is defense. Yeah. Next up will be Greg. Greg is next. Pandora Bright. Ooh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, real quick. Old character needs new art. I don't know. I think the art looks really good so far. So far as I see. Introduces Regin mentioned using it called Storm Dust, collection of water, wind, and lightning dust. Defeat such foolish semblance, making small storm clouds. One pocket punch is water, another is wind, another is lightning. Nice. Multiple heavens and hells in Marvel. Goodness. Something don't need to do pain. Change up her use of it. Can be best massage parlor in all of RWBY. That's true. That's true. Though massage parlor doesn't exactly sound like the most evil thing. There will always be Ghost Rider. Ghost Rider's Marvel, huh? Interesting. All right. So yeah. I can go to radio from your lower back pain. Exactly. Evil massage parlors scam you an extra 40%. Well, if you have benefits at work, generally you can go for a therapeutic massage and, your benefits will cover it. So she's bleeding your benefits. Do something about my legs. Personification of death. Huh. Yeah, I know Ghost Rider. Well, I know Ghost Rider from the Nicolas Cage movie way back when. Didn't know it was Marvel, though. Deadpool stole her from him? I knew about Deadpool falling in love with death at one point. But anyways, I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick. And then we'll come back and look at Pandora. So I'll be back in a moment. All right. Well, that's still 100 times better than mine. What do you mean? Your art's great, Arcana. My goodness. This Ghost Rider, this muscle car and motorbike. Oh, goodness. Okay. Pandora Bright of Team Opal. Canon-compliant alternate universe. Okay. Pandora meaning all gifted in Greek. Yes, indeed. Bright meaning luminous. Illusion is Prometheus. Isn't there a Pandora in Greek mythology? Aura Bubblegum Pink. Aura score. C4. What exactly does C4 aura score mean? Because I know C4 the explosive. Yeah, Pandora's box. I thought so. Yeah. It's my best skill. We will not stand for this slander. Same as people don't stand for me slandering myself. We will not stand for others slandering themselves as well. Yeah, Pandora's box. It held all the evils of the world. And then, well, Pandora opened it. I believe. Semblance is tag. Pandora can place down a mark to which she can teleport back to. Okay. I've seen a semblance like this before. As long as you have the appropriate range for where, like, that it can work in, and the understanding that you tag something with your aura, it's not going to stay there permanently, and you'd only be able to teleport within a certain range. Pandora the Explorer. Okay, love the fact that it's called tag. Yeah. Well, the C4 knocking at your door. I see. Greg is still here, yes? Yeah. Ghost Rider Mammoth. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Greg's still here. This letter is the amount of aura you have. The number is your skill and proficiency. Okay, so I'm guessing it'd be like on a scale of E to S. Well, E to A and then S probably being the highest. The numerical score, is it from 1 to 5, 1 to 10? So Jean would be like A5. Okay. Number is your skill and proficiency. Would Jean be skilled and proficient at using aura? Like, if it's... Is it 1 to 5 or 1 to 10? Because, like, I would still put Jean at, like... A, sure, for the amount of aura. I'd still put him at, like... 3.5. A to E, 1 to 5? Okay, so 5 is a master of aura. Jean's not a master of aura. He would not be at 5. Crow would be at a 5. Hazel would be at a 5. Jean I'd still put at like 3.5. Because he still has room to grow. Like, skill and proficiency is something that you can improve on, and 5 would be like, you've mastered your aura, there's no further you can go with it. Oh, 1 is the highest. Oh! Okay. A1 is the top. Okay. You got it. A5, perfect. Perfect. A5 would be Volume 1 Jean, 100%. Then, yeah, I'd still say, like, maybe 3.5 to a 3. EOD planted, let them come. I know that reference. Rainbow Six Siege, right? I know that reference, Captain Game. I actually get that. Oddly enough. Personality. Pandora is a chaotic, hyperactive, and cheerful tech gremlin who's almost constantly fidgeting, moving, or seeking physical contact. Aww, she likes hugs. Beneath her bubbly exterior, however, she is deeply self-conscious and struggles with scopophobia. Using her emotive mask as both a literal and emotional shield from the world. What's scopophobia? Tech gremlin. Yeah, I played Rainbow Six Siege for like a year. I wasn't good at it, but it was fun. And I didn't play it too often, so fear of being seen. Okay. Makes sense. Yeah. Honestly, I like it. The little emotive mask. It's cute. Born the second daughter of an Elysian robotics company, the Bright Bionic Company. Don't like the Shnees having a monopoly on everything. Well, they didn't have a monopoly on everything, just dust, and which is used for everything. Pandora is something of a rebel and problem child. Rebel and problem child who doesn't like being seen? Father is a workaholic who spent most of his time at keeping his company afloat. Workaholic who spent most of his time keeping his company afloat is with a few key contracts with the military. Confused about this. I'm guessing the few key contracts are what is keeping the company afloat. Her older sister was a medical prodigy who achieved her PhD in biomechanical engineering at 16. I just want to Google something real quick. Okay, Sheldon Cooper started college at 11, graduated college with undergrad at 14, earned first PhD at 16. So great, Sheldon Cooper, got it. So that you see people get to like 4 hours after college graduation? Yeah. Like 4 hours after college graduation? I think you mean 4 years. Yeah, okay. I was gonna say, like, I was in the PhD program. 4 hours is a little much. Yeah. Just wanted to look up when Sheldon Cooper got his PhD. 16. So I'm guessing that's where that came from. Another suspension of disbelief. Yeah. I mean, it's alternate universe. We do have to remember, but the canon compliant part. This, like getting the PhD at maybe like 22, when most people are graduating with an undergrad degree, getting a PhD, that's more believable. I'm so toasted for studying. May you have some rest and relaxation, some room to breathe. Command and Conquer Red Alert. What's that? What? You'll see 4 knock at your doors from Command and Conquer 2 Red Alert. Especially as it says it. It's often left alone with her mother, who alludes to the Caucasian eagle. Bird? Pandora spent most of her time at tinkering with less than stellar safety equipment. Uh-oh. This issue exacerbated. And an exhausting respiratory illness that would remain untreated and resulted in major coughing fits. Why did it remain untreated? Her family owns a robotics company. It's an Atlas. She should be able to get treatment. Once during a public gala, she had one of these coughing fits, having been forbidden from her mother to bring an inhaler. Oh, her mother's not nice. Due to her embarrassing display, she was publicly ridiculed and struck by her mother. This caused Pandora to break down in shame, anger, and frustration, developing a form of scopophobia. Scopophobia, yeah. That makes sense. Would choose to run away in the last act of violence. She stole her mother's work, an AI system being developed called PYR. Peer, is in Pira. And drained her bank. Damn! She would then commandeer an Elysian aircraft, leaving her home. Eventually ending up in Vale, where she would enroll in Beacon for her huntsman license. Something that would create her access to tech. Gonna point out here, she would be a wanted criminal. Beacon's gonna do a background check. I'm just gonna looking up Caucasian eagle is a bird that eats Prometheus's liver in Greek mythology. Oh! Damn, her mother, evil. But yeah, 100%, assuming that Pandora was reported, she'd have a criminal record. So they might do a background check on her. Blake, an actual terrorist? She was part of the White Fang, yes, but was she a known criminal? Was her photo reported as like, hey, this is a picture of the person who attacked my facility? The White Fang wear masks. We haven't seen Blake wearing a mask, but it depends on if, as a member of the White Fang, there were any witnesses. Also, bribes galore. Beacon? Who are you bribing at Beacon? Ozpin? Glinda? I don't think bribes will necessarily work there. Whereas in Pandora's case, she's stealing from her mother. Her mother knows that it's going to be her, and if her mother hates her guts, which it seems like she does, just like, hey, yeah, my daughter, here's pictures from, like, the beginning of her life till now. She stole all of this, put out a warrant for her arrest. Called her into an office for that, didn't he? Yeah. It seems like he did know something. But, like, Atlas don't report, father stepped in, but too late. Remember Adam, no witnesses? Well, he began to get more extreme, it seemed like, either on missions when Blake wasn't there or after Blake already left. Not sure how to explain. Would do it for mysteriously Oz reasons, like what happened with Jean? Yeah, for sure. Could see that happening, but also, I don't know. Weapon, Aerosol. Aerosol. I like that name. Dust-infused paintball gun that can extend into a glaive. Fires specialized paint pellets. Has the option of using them as sprays. Okay. What types of dust? I'm guessing the specialized paint pellets are infused with dust. She's a support-focused fighter who specializes in using her paints to create traps or manipulate the battlefield. Semblance tag is used to zip around the environment, typically by placing tag on aerosol or something else throwable. Makes sense. To zip around the environment, though, teleporting probably would take a decent amount of aura. Love how it's a paintball gun for Woomy reasons? Woomy reasons. Ruby was a criminal in episode 1. She used her weapon when she shouldn't? What? I don't know if that's necessarily the case. I mean, Glinda wasn't happy about her using her weapon. Child put herself in danger unnecessarily. Should have let the police handle it, or actual huntsmen or huntresses, but I like Splatoon. Oh, makes sense. Self-defense of others is a good defense? Yeah, exactly. Okay, I like her fighting style. I love her weapon. Her weapon's great. I love the paint aesthetic with it. Though, the paint aesthetic also seems interesting, given that it doesn't seem like she has an artistic background. She has a robotics background. And I do find it interesting that, considering she wasn't giving much attention as a child, she was a rebel problem child, right? Those are typically children who want attention. And then after this incident, after her mother smacking her and being publicly ridiculed and everything, she develops the complete opposite. Fear of being seen. Chaotic tinkerer that steals. Yeah. Like, does she steal on a regular basis? Because I feel like there's some conflicting things with her personality. Constantly fidgeting, moving, seeking physical contact. But doesn't mind being seen, doesn't like her face being seen. Interesting. Maybe parents set her up to succeed in robots, but she studied more arts instead. Yeah, I feel like there does have to be some connection made there to have the weapon connection. Because, like, I love the idea of the weapon and having the paintball to, you know, infuse it with her aura, use the paintball to tag something and then be able to teleport to it. Makes sense. But basically, get to Vale, end up at the school, being intercepted by Glinda, interviewed by Osmond, accepted the case of her backstory. Osmond smooth things over? Maybe. Perhaps. Don't know for sure, though. Is meant to be canon adjacent, or canon compliant alternate universe. So, as long as the semblance is balanced with how much aura it takes and the range that it has, that should be fine. The weapon seems fine. Of course, being from Atlas, she would have brought a number of dust things with her, so having the glaive be a hard light dust blade makes sense. Osmond's a weird person to understand. Yeah, he is the weirdest person to understand. Her father would smooth things over in Atlas. Osmond doesn't in Vale. Okay, so her father, I mean, would choose to run away in a last act of defiance, stole her mother's work, an AI system being developed, and drained her bank account. Wouldn't mother and father have a shared bank account? Because to me, my initial inclination was that Pandora bankrupted their company. That's what I initially thought. That's not going to be the case? Pandora isn't a prodigy. Her sister is. That's why Pandora was alone. Father cared but was absent. mother was not nice. Love misfits and make them great. See myself as the outlier? Well, her sister, like, this kind of prodigy is kind of nuts. At 16, that understand, characters start at the Huntsman Academies at the age of 17. Maybe 16 if their birthday's like late in the year. Like, so achieved a PhD before the age that anyone would even be going to the Huntsman Academies. I would definitely say that's non-canon. Cause, yeah. And also, you mentioned that Pandora steals an AI system being developed. To what end? What's going to happen with this AI system? What is Pandora going to do with it? It doesn't incorporate into her weapon. It doesn't incorporate into like her fighting style. What's the point of, like, what's the purpose of having this AI stolen? It's gonna be another Blade Runner movie. Why would someone with that level of genius become a huntsman? No. The sister is the prodigy. The sister is the prodigy. Pandora's the one who went to be a huntsman or a huntress. The sister's the prodigy, but the sister seems like non-canon. At the very least. At least this accelerated. Normal schools were different. Though 18 should be more plausible. I would say 20, like, we're talking PhD here. Not just undergrad degree, PhD. I would understand early acceptance to high school, age of like 11 instead of like 13. Sure. Accelerated through high school, being able to graduate, like with Sheldon Cooper. Well, Sheldon Cooper started college at like age 11. Like, I could understand being early acceptance into high school, maybe graduating high school by the age of 13, 14, maybe. But then getting a university degree, that's still going to take years. You still have to complete all the courses and the work and everything. And then when it comes to a master's degree or a PhD, because like a master's degree generally is 2 years in and of itself. PhD is 4 years. Like, university is, to go all the way to a PhD, normally it's a 9 to 10 year process. 4 years for undergrad, 2 years for master's, 4 years for PhD, but you can shorten the master's degree down to a year if you do direct entry PhD. And like, having a PhD achieve anything for the story, we can just say that they grew up around all this tech and knows a lot. She doesn't need the degree to be at the academy. Again, her sister is the PhD. Her sister has the PhD at 16. So her sister was never home, and this leaves Pandora alone with the mother. The sister is the prodigy. I'll just say degree. Bottom line, her sister was absent. All you have to do is just have her sister be a prodigy and is currently studying at a university or studying abroad or studying somewhere where she's just not home. PhD by 16... Too much. Because she has a PhD at the age of 16. Why can't she return home at that point then? Because it's an older sister, right? Cool, graduate school at 16. Can now just work a regular job. Go to work, come home, still be there for her sister. Right? My sister could just drown in the academy and MIA for that reason. Yeah, exactly. Like, ways to go about it. Because, like, when being canon compliant, when you make someone that is that level of a prodigy or that skilled or what have you, they're going to stand out. They're going to catch the attention of those in power, those that we have seen in the RWBY series. And then the question arises, if this character is meant to be canon, how is it that the canon characters have not taken notice of this individual? Ozpin, for example, if a prodigious fighter went to Beacon Academy, someone that showed such amazing potential, why wouldn't there be, special treatment given to that person? For someone that's a prodigy at the age of 16, they'd be, all the talk of the town in Atlas. I think maybe I just misused PhD. Yeah. Like, you just have to say that at 16 accepted to university or something early. Depending on how much of an older sister that she is to Pandora, the age difference between them, she could still be absent for years for Pandora. So, yeah. Got it 2 years early because of her skills, and that she was Summer's daughter. I don't think necessarily Summer's daughter had anything to do with it, other than the bloodline being passed down that she's a silver-eyed warrior. Ozpin was aware of... I'm sure he was aware of the connection to Summer, but I don't think that connection alone was what allowed her in. She showed fighting capabilities because she was trained by one of the best huntsmen of the previous generation, Crow. And silver-eyed warriors, Ozpin has known from his long history of being alive that they are skilled warriors in and of themselves. So there were other aspects. It wasn't just pure nepotism. Though she did get some favoritism in her training. But, like, yeah, I would definitely think about, for canon compliancy, the level at which you make her sister a prodigy. I would also, again, with the questions of the AI system, how exactly does that tie into the story? And she also commandeers an Atlesian aircraft. So, like... there's some interesting things with this character. The AI was mainly going to be a story you were going to write. Pure just means fire, Prometheus stole fire from Olympus. Okay. I feel like there's a lot of different things going on with the character. And it might be too much to put on one character. Again, the semblance and weapons seem okay, but with the overall story... it feels like there's a lot going on. Too much for one page, too much background stuff? Yeah, I get you couldn't include everything, and this is just an abridged version of it, but it feels like there's a lot of, like, major plot points. Because, like, this AI system, it's going to be a major plot point that you're going to write. Her mother's not just gonna let it go that she stole her mother's work and drained her bank account. The father smoothing things over, like, as well as stealing an Elysian aircraft, like, Pandora... like, I don't know if her father would be able to sweep that all under the rug. And regardless, even if her father is able to avoid having charges pressed against her for stealing the Elysian aircraft, and prevents Pandora's mother from pressing charges, the mother's not gonna forgive this. Like, that's gonna be an entire thing as well. And then there's her overall motivations for becoming a huntress. I don't know. Child going through a rebellious phase? Fitting for Atlas, is mythology. Prometheus and Atlas are titans. Yeah. Sippy drink tag. Oh. Yeah, just some things to think about. Because you don't want to... I understand the idea of wanting a character that has all of these different aspects to them, but to be canon compliant, you don't want to make them too out there either. Her mother gets back at her. Okay. I was going to say, there's got to be something to come of that. For sure. Hi, buddy. Good morning. Yeah, okay. Yeah. It's mostly just the various things in the backstory that would need a little bit of streamlining, I think. Yeet the kitty. Hydrate again, huh? Is there anything that you'd like me to touch on in particular with Pandora? Hi. Hi, buddy. Hero, hello. How are you? Meow. Because with that, not really. Okay. Thank you for sharing Pandora. I think that's pretty much all I have to go over. About 30 minutes left on shift. Nearly there, Ved. Waking up, how are you? I'm doing well. I hope you're doing well as well. I hope you're doing well also. How'd you sleep? Hopefully well. But yeah, I think I've pretty much touched on all the things that I want to. But if there's nothing else, are you okay if we move on to Chaos's character? Or Grim, I should say. His last name, Amadeus. The Grims. Move on? Sure. Sounds good. Thank you for sharing your character. Great art as well. Really like her design. Lot of colorful and bubbly design. Yeet the wolf. All right. Well, thank you for sharing Pandora. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Hollow Depth OC Grim Ideas. Are we going to the deep ocean? Is this what's happening here? Thank you for the 10 bits. Ready to text the location lore. Okie dokie. Oh, okay. Do the images correlate directly with the descriptions? Or are these images just other Grim that you have... shown before? This is the Alpha Grim you commissioned Keith to draw. Okay. So, in that case, we'll go over the Grimm descriptions first, then go over the pictures of them. Because I was going to have them up side by side, but if they don't actually correlate one to another, then... just look at that. Yeah, if these... Yeah, it looks like the Grimm descriptions are not the same as the ones, so we'll go over those at the end then, because otherwise they will be distracting from the text. Trying to get to reach 50k again? Just in time, right? I don't think I need to be sent outside today, though. Alrighty then. So, some Grimm descriptions. Ow. Okay. Made for the Masked Hunter alternate universe, but tried to make it work within canon. Lizard Grimm, the Terra Devil, Chasm Saurs. Terra Devil is a bulky reptilian Grimm, roughly the size of a human that has rocky bone plates covering most of its body and limbs, which allows it to withstand most forms of damage. Okay, unique feature of this Grimm is that it has poor eyesight and has developed vibration detection. Size makes sense. It's a reptilian Grimm, but it sounds like a mole. This Grimm can use its strong legs to jump incredibly high and fast, using itself like a bullet. Chasm Saurs is the alpha version of this Grimm. Can already withstand most forms of damage, and it has an alpha version. It's a bigger, more muscular version that has evolved from a quadruped to a biped, as well as grown bladed tentacles. Huh. Due to the increase in size and weight, this Grimm can no longer jump, but can charge in straight lines. Also, when this Grimm is attacked, its bone plates crack open, creating an opening to kill the Grimm. Huh. Sounds like its alpha version almost got nerfed compared to its smaller version. No OC Steve Smith? That's okay, Ved. Deep underground remnant nicknames the Hollow Depth is a place where sunlight can never reach. Ah, made up of various sized caverns connected by tunnels, separate by chasms. They have locations all across Remnant surface connected to the surface of the Hollow Depths. Some are naturally obscured, while others are wide open due to the old magical means. I see. I had to give the Juggernaut Grimm a weakness. Yeah, that makes sense. Seems like the Terra Devil doesn't have much of one, though, because it can withstand most forms of damage. Okay. Interesting. Reptilian Grimm about the size of a human. It's pretty much just... I'm guessing it... Can we use its strong legs to jump incredibly high and fast? But you'd think with most of its body being covered by bone plating, it wouldn't be able to move all that well, right? Chaos Grimm list? Yeah, Val. Indeed. Blindness is the main one. Size vibration... Sense is limited in range. Yeah, that makes sense. Using itself like a bullet. Yeah, I guess for one strong lunge. I'm guessing under normal circumstances it wouldn't be able to move that fast. Want to save for now? Yeah, for the next one. Yeah. Okay. Then the next we have the Primate Grimm. Magalgos. Where do you come up with these names? And then the Slabrilla. Like gorilla, but slab? KO! One day we'll remember to transfer your OC to your phone so you can actually submit her. I'm stuck working during stream. Oh no! But yeah, one day. One day for sure. Maybe at some point in the future I'll just put a OC stream on a Sunday if that works better for people. I've always just done it on Saturday because I figured Saturday was a little bit more convenient, but we'll see. But Chaos came up with some of the names due to annoying coworkers and clients. Could be. No. Megalgos are primate-like Grimm, about the size of a human as well. Okay. Jagged bone plates and thermal vision to help with emotion sensing. Okay. As people get more heated. Did I just randomly make a character for you to stare at? Sure. Look forward to it, Mew. Under the bone plates, the Grimm generates high-intensity heat, which helps the Grimm eat things, so it cooks its food, and climb along any surface. How does the high-intensity heat allow it to climb along any surface? This Grimm gets anything, it can vomit up lava. Okay, so it liquefies stuff. It can eat rocks then as well. How does that help with climbing, though? Sabrilla are the alpha version of the Grimm. They're a bigger version with an extra set of arms and more bone plates covering its body apart from its joints, face, and giant mouth on its stomach. In addition to its lava vomit, this Grimm gains the ability to ignite anything it touches, which will then use projectiles. Huh. Heat up fingers, aka hot knife stabbing into rocks to climb. See, to some extent that would work. Because you heat up your fingers, you stab it into the rock, then you'd have to cool your fingers before you put any pressure on it. Because otherwise, once you put pressure on it, if the fingers are hot enough to pierce into the rock, they're going to be hot enough to cut through it as well. You're just going to melt your way through and you're not going to be able to climb. So it'd be a very slow process. It wouldn't be like they could just run their way up the wall, because if they have fingers that can melt into the rock, they would melt through it as well. So you'd have to heat up, stab, cool, grip, then the next arm, right? So it'd be a slow process. Because things don't cool down as quickly as you'd think they might. And then the alpha version, more bone plates covering its body, apart from its joints, face, and the giant mouth that's now on its stomach. So it grows a second mouth type thing? And it has the ability to ignite anything it touches. It uses projectiles. How is it igniting the things it touches? Because honestly, that kind of... Because even with Cinder's semblance, where she can heat up anything that she touches, she's not really igniting that many things. Once things heat up, they generally just melt. So I'm curious what it is about it that's igniting it. Superheating things and throwing it as projectiles works well enough. I don't think they need to necessarily be on fire. Sure, some things that are more flammable than others could be ignited, but I don't know. Well, you don't constantly come up from the hole openings. Yeah. I might reword it to superheating it? Yeah. I think that'd probably work better with the kind of abilities that the Grimm has up until that point. But yeah, interesting. Be it terrifying. Any of these would be terrifying to run into in the dark. Like, goodness. Bat Grimm, Gloom Clickers, and Abyss Caster. Ooh. Made this work? Stream chat and Discord? Oh, my goodness. What the heck is that? Is that meant to be a Grimm? Or is that just... Because it looks like Chimera Abomination that's absorbed more things. Lion, a unicorn, a snake. Holodeck subscription. Aside from elemental hazards such as magma, corrosive water, and toxic gases, there's also the ruined remains of first humanity. as well as large pools of grim liquid that have been around since the god of darkness walked remnant. Some of the grim types in the hollow depths are Beowulfs, Creeps, Ravagers, and 4 location-specific grim, which I'm guessing these are the 4 location-specific ones. God, that just actually sounds like hell. Date everything game, Nightmare? No, that's not something you date, Sirius. No, you can't fix her. There is no fixing her. Gloom clickers are small bat-snake hybrid grim. Bat-snake. 4 wings and a serpent body. Oh, no. And a mouthful of razor-sharp bone teeth with a minimal amount of bone armor elsewhere. Okay, so they can easily be sliced in half. These grim live in flocks and fly at high speeds, which allows them... Danger noodle, I got it. Which allows them to swarm their prey and devour them instantly. However, because these grim are spawned deep underground, they are highly sensitive to heat and sunlight. Lumi! Hello! How are you? Welcome to stream! Welcome, welcome. But yeah, Chaos has created flying danger noodles. Oh no, a symbiote. Symbiotes don't have wings, do they? So we threw a bomb down a hole. Forgot about those steps. Oh no. Yeah. You wouldn't want to piss off the Grim from the depths. That is for sure. Abyss Casters are the alpha version of the Gloom Clickers Grim. They're about the size of a human and have a human upper body. What? That seems... Destroy a lot of dust crystals? True. So the alpha version of a bat-snake hybrid, the little danger noodle with 4 wings, is a human shape? I know it's human upper body while still keeping the 4 wings and serpent lower body, so it evolves into a lamia? Why does it have to have a human upper body? This Grim can taste vibrations in the air with a snake tongue. Because of its increase in size, this Grim has slower flight speed. We can use tactics as well as command its younger Grim. I don't think it needs the human upper body. I'm going to be honest. I don't think it needs the human upper body. I don't think that makes sense as the evolution. I don't... I get the human size. Sure. I don't think it needs human body. Everything does not need opposable thumbs. Because it wouldn't, yeah, even like in the depths like this, it wouldn't really make sense to have a human upper body, would it? Eating the artillery. I'll ditch the human body part and just give it arms. Yeah, like, honestly, because as the Grim age, they get more intelligent, and it doesn't, because it could have, like, I don't even know if it necessarily needs arms per se, because you could have it where the bat-like wings that it has, because you know bats, they're able to, they have like, I think it's like 1 claw that's hooked at the joints of their wings that they're able to pick up things and do stuff with that. You could just have it evolve to have its 4 wings have like those claws, or a couple claws even, that they can just use to grab things. It doesn't necessarily need to grow new limbs, could just grow new functions of the limbs it already has, right? Little grabby hands. Could be something like that. Getting the artillery. Honestly, yeah, they live underground. They maybe should be buried and left there, because good God, I know most of them seem to have an aversion to light or a weakness to it, a blindness of sorts, but these come above ground, like, on stormy nights when the light of the moon is blocked and the abyss dwellers come to the surface, That is the day that Remnant is doomed. Submit the Annabelle Hino, your Sauron OC? Oh no. That's goodness. And stretch again, huh? Ugh. Oh. There's their shoulders. Oh. Oh. Oh, my back. Oh. So crunchy. Oh. Did you hear a pop? Oh, yeah, I heard many. Oh. Oh, I'm old. Record scratch. I'm sorry, what? Yeah. The fact that it's named Annabelle as well, possibly taking inspiration from the Annabelle doll. That sounds like a nightmare. Take advantage of someone's kindness, ask for a donation. Sounds good. Sounds good. It also gives you more time to format it and everything, right? Mr. G, what the heck? We'll see that lose to Sauron. Okay, the Symbiote Grim. It's named Bile. Or Mr. G? Mr. G, as in Mr. Grimm? Okay. Bile is a grim creature that is a blob of grim matter about the size of a rock that doesn't appear to be intelligent. Symbiote. Now I see what people were referencing. But can move around and fit into any space due to lacking a hard structure and can grow in size over time by eating things. This grim can coat over anything that doesn't have a strong aura and use it as a body. If a person is caught by this grim, they'll be slowly eaten alive, but the grim will use it as a body. See, that's one thing I've always wondered. If, for example, this symbiote takes control of a person, using it as a body, the human body still needs nutrients to continue to function. Like, they'll use it as a body until, I guess, the body stops working? Is that the type of thing? Story lures in people dare to venture down to the hollow depths. Under each, the contents of Remnant is a higher concentration and quality of the 4 basic dust crystals, with each kingdom having a specific type over the other 3. Interesting. Vil Kingdom has a higher concentration of water dust crystals. Mistral Kingdom has a higher concentration of wind dust crystals. Atlas, a higher concentration of lightning dust. And Vacuo for fire dust. Huh. Okay. Mr. G was a joke a friend of mine dared you to use. It's the alpha version of the Bile Grim that is still a blob. Then why assigned it gender? Why is it Mr. and not Mrs.? But it can be as big as a person if it is eaten enough. A sinister face can be seen on the Grim that shows intelligence. It can smile at people before it eats them. This Grim can transform to take the form of anything it has consumed. So reincarnated as a slime, Tensura. Why not call the Grim Rimuru? More parasite than symbiotic. Yeah, definitely parasitic. Magister G. Okay. Interesting. How many different types of things to eat are there going to be in the depths? Also, was this inspired by the depths from Tears of the Kingdom by chance? Did that have some inspiration to it with all of the monsters lurking in the darkness? No, I don't want to be sued. Fair. Yes, that was one of the inspirations. Okay, I had a feeling because it sounds a lot like the depths. You know, having the depths between each of the 4 kingdoms, just like below Hyrule, there are the depths. The Bile got hands! Well, no, it's still a blob, but can be as big as a person. Any blob can get hands if it absorbs something with hands. Anime! Assuming this isn't your schedule? No, but it was this is the RWBY OC review stream. It's the review stream for RWBY OCs. Hydrate. So there won't be any stream tonight. Streaming at noon Eastern Standard Time instead. And then from here, we have The stuff of nightmares. Alpha Ravager. Like, damn. But we've seen it. Oh my god. The crazy thing is we've seen Alpha Beowulfs in canon already. They're just bigger, spikier Beowulfs. This is an alpha Beowulf. Lucky I caught you. Yeah, glad you were able to make it. Like, damn, these designs are crazy. I have no idea what RWBY is, but these seem fun. RWBY is an animated TV show that was made by Rooster Teeth. There's currently 9 seasons. The 10th season is currently in production. It focuses on 4 main characters, the female protagonists, RWBY spelled RWBY. Each letter in the name RWBY symbolizing one of the main characters. Ruby Rose, Weiss Schnee, Blake, and Yang. Oop. Each of them also associated with a color, red, white, black, and yellow. And it focuses on them essentially going to school to hunt monsters. These are fan-made designs of some of said monsters, but you can get the general idea. And then things unfold from there. These are from old Alpha Grim you posted in the past streams. Yeah, I recognize the name Bellcrypt as the Alpha Ravager. But yeah, RWBY's an interesting show. Thanks for the info. Yeah, check it out if you want to. I think actually, yeah. Yeah, if you go to the RWBY YouTube channel, there's the first episode of it that's free to watch on YouTube, as well as the 4 trailers. The red trailer, white trailer, black trailer, and yellow trailer. If you're ever interested, I recommend checking them out. I was thinking of making a Dragon Grim. Ooh, that'd be fun, Nix. That would be fun. And Hydrate as well. I thought you had a No Game No Life one? I have 3 YouTube channels, actually. A RWBY channel, which is the channel that I've been posting on the longest, about 8 years. No Game No Life, which I've been posting on for over 2 years now, though I took like a year break in between, and I know it's been 3 months since I posted a video. I'm sorry. The Volume 6 or the No Game No Life 0 video is taking a lot longer. A lot longer than I expected. But yeah, I have the RWBY channel, No Game No Life channel, and then a trading card game lore channel that focuses on Grand Archive. What is the biggest size a Grim can get? Well, we've seen the Leviathan Grim. That one's essentially a kaiju. We've seen the Sifei Long. I mean, Monstra. Monstra's the biggest one we've seen. Yeah. Yeah. Naturally, I would say probably Leviathan is probably the upper limit. Unnaturally, Monstra. But yeah, Lumi, if you get the chance, I would I think starting with the trailers first. They were most people's first introduction to the RWBY series, and they're just kind of like character introductions. At least the red trailer for sure, and the white trailer is action-packed. Like, it shows you the kind of animation that they have, because they're American made, so it's not like traditional anime. It's inspired by traditional anime. And starting with those trailers, only a couple minutes each, they give you a good entry to the show. And then the first episode is also kind of a good entry to the kind of things that you might see in the first volume of the show. Yeah. So in headcanon that Monstra was engineered by Salem. Oh, 100% Monstra had to be engineered by Salem. 100%. I do not believe that Monstra was natural in any way, shape, or form. It's a giant whale that is used as an aircraft carrier. That's not natural. I know Grimm technically aren't, like, this kind of abomination isn't natural in and of itself, but, like, the God of Darkness created these things. It's yeah. There's no need for Grimm to be that damn big. There's no possibility of a Grimm naturally growing to that size without it being discovered and put down by huntsmen, because, dear Lord, if a Grimm like that showed up, I would imagine that would be something to mobilize not only the entire military of one full kingdom to deal with it, they'd probably be putting out help, like calls for help from all of the other kingdoms being like, hey, this thing has the potential to just wipe out entire cities. We need to get rid of it. Have to go? You're having to do some work? All right, see you, right? Thank you for joining in. But there's the Alpha Geist. We've seen an Alpha Geist in the show as well. Oh, I love the Salem, like Salem's design on that, and the red veins as well. That looks so good. All of these look good. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. They all look good, but this looks fantastic. I love the red wisps and everything on it. That's so cool. That was the first commission. Damn. That looks fantastic. What about a giant Grimm snake? We have that. It's the King Taijitu. The two-headed snake. Had those all the way back in the early volumes of RWBY. And they should be showing up again in Vacuo. They are Grimm that are found in Vale and Vacuo. So, can see them again. But yeah, the close-up of the Alpha Beowulf and the Alpha Ravager. Damn. And wait, there's more! Oh, the Life Plague, the Alpha Apathy. It's got knight armor! Why does this remind me of the Imp Grimm that was part of the Knuckle-Lavi? Why do I feel like this is what should have been riding on the Horse Grimm? This thing does look like a Demon Lord, though, I gotta say. Looks like something that would be a plague upon existence. That looks so good. Shit, I'm gonna need to commission Keith for some Grimm ideas that I have. Because I still maintain I want to create a spider Grimm that when it dies, it just spawns so many more spiders. I want that to be, like, creepy as hell. Damn. If any Grimm is the size of a monster, it would have to be somewhere deep in Remnant's Ocean. Probably, but send it back to the abyss where it came from. This will drain your life through staring. Oh yeah, just by being in this thing's presence, I would imagine you're forfeiting your life. I would imagine the only way to deal with this is from long range. If you're trying to get close to it, unless you have a semblance that amplifies your positive emotions to a ridiculous degree, I don't think there's any way you're dealing with this. Don't look it in the eye, that's for sure. Oh, interesting. Alpha Nightmare. Screamerition. Have you submitted this one before? I don't know if the description of this one's been submitted before. I love the design of it. I feel like this would almost be its own type of Grimm. I feel like the Nightmare doesn't necessarily need an alpha version, but this almost feels like its own type of Grimm. The Moth of Death. Hit this with a fly swatter, it's just gonna piss it off. Speed blitz it? If it's constantly giving off this aura of death, I don't even know if you could speed blitz it, because once you get close to it, the apathy would start affecting you, and I don't know if you'd have that speed no more. Squinty boy, hello! Love to see a worm grim, especially now that we're vacuo. The blind worm? Yeah. A worm grim does exist. It's the blind worm, and it's a giant worm that can swallow people whole. There's giant worms in Dune, right? I think it's probably inspired by that. So, and we know that the blind worm shows up like right in the Volume 9, Episode 11 animatic, when the citizens of Vale are evacuating since the city's destroyed. We saw in the sketches that blind worms, multiple of them, were attacking the people that were evacuating. So they're going to show up. I'm so excited to see those on screen. Either Dune or Graboid? What's Graboid? You said that when I showed you the description. That doesn't stop me. Fair. I'm glad my opinions are at least consistent with my past self. The consistency. Tremors? Not seen it. Or is it a game? Actually, potential plan. Next OC stream, commit to Sovereign Scourge operation? Sure, go for it. Alpha Berengal. Big monkey. Damn. So I gotta ask Chaos. This already kind of seems like the Juggernaut Grim. Because, like, given the way that he's structured, he looks like he's going to be charging forward and just blasting through any obstacle in front of him. Wouldn't that kind of overlap here? Yeah. Wouldn't that kind of overlap? I would think. Kind of, at least. I want to see him throw a big rock into a lake. Yeah. Or see him jump from a high height and do a cannonball. Even better. A little bit, but Spikeback are more mobile. Yeah, they don't have the bone plating around their legs, so they can definitely run faster. God, that thing just looks like it would absolutely mess up an armored truck. No, big rock. Okay. Have to take a look? Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I don't know if we've gotten an official design. No, we did. I'm pretty sure we did. Yeah. We in the RWBY manga, I think it looks like we do have. Oh. What? Huh. Oh, it appeared in a mobile game? When was this? What mobile game was this? What? Because I know it appeared in the okay, there's more images of the blind worm than I thought. It's interesting. I'm posting them in stream discussion. In the Discord. And then here's the thing that confused me. Here's what I just I don't know. Where is this from? What promotional poster is this? There's a promotional poster of Jean with Pyrrha in it and a blind worm. Where is this from? Where is this from? I don't... It's tagged with like Rooster Teeth Productions LLC 2019. What? What? I need to. Is that from Amity Arena? Is that promotional image from Amity Arena? And like the blind worm in the game is not Amity Arena. I don't think. No, because Amity Arena was different format. This was a different mobile game. I don't. Nani the pizza? To this specifically a fist fight. Like, it's JP or Chinese exclusive? It was an exclusive. No! Why can we never have nice things? Oh my god! Because I played Amity Arena. That's not Amity Arena. Okay, it's a region exclusive. Is there a chance? Is there a slight chance? Oh, yeah, you know what? That makes sense. There's the... It looks like Chinese characters that are at the top. Is there a chance that it might still exist somewhere? But this image of Jean with, like, Beacon Academy in the background, and then Pyrrha fighting a blind worm? Where is this from? I'm so confused. Game shut down. That makes sense. Ask Viz. I need to find out where that promotional image is from. I would love to get a poster of that because that looks amazing. Oh my god. That's 2019, so that's been out for a while. Where have I been? It's kanji? Okay. Blind worm go nom nom. Is that what happened to Pyrrha? And here I thought it was Cinder. And then finally, we have the Alpha Saber, the Winter Maw. Less cat-like. Still got the saber-tooth fangs. And it can freeze. Never get the good stuff in the West? I mean, RWBY is a Western-made show. We got RWBY. Can't complain. Plus, Avatar The Last Airbender, right? That's Western-made. You're bad, kitty. Meow meow will be the last thing that you hear before you die. Yeah. Angie Cat. We have Ben 10. Yeah. Ben 10 was great when I was a kid. Haven't gone back to rewatch it. Yeah. I hope Viz makes more RWBY games in the future. Historically, RWBY games have not succeeded. So, as much as I would like a RWBY game, I'm okay if they don't go down that route. Because we had RWBY Grim Eclipse, RWBY Arrowfell, the RWBY mobile games, which apparently there have been multiple of that I hadn't even known of. None of them have done well. The mobile games have had to shut down, and I don't know if even RWBY Arrowfell sold all that well. I love them, but I'd rather they put resources into the actual show. My priorities are the RWBY main series proper, RWBY Chibi's next. Like, real close. I want more RWBY Chibi. I want more of the animated universe. Across the saber-tooth tiger and a baboon? Yeah, it does seem more, like, able to climb, that's for sure. I think a RWBY hack and slash or beat 'em up would have done a lot better than it actually did. Yeah, it's surprising. Chibi Maria. I want Chibi Maria, Chibi Tyrion, Chibi Hazel, Chibi Watts. My god, give me Chibi Watts. The amount of absolute mayhem that man would cause with his ability to control technology and how well he can just yell at people. Because, god, that is absolute cinema, the way that he chewed out Cinder. Vegeta's voice actor did that so well. Like, oh, nothing bad ever happened. Also, Chibi Aesops, Clover, Crow, the shenanigans that they could get up to having both their luck-based semblances in RWBY Chibi. It'd be great. Oh my god. I ship it, Crow and Clover, good ship. But non-canon, unfortunately. That's why in the future, Volume 10 does well. All I could ever want is a new mobile game? Yeah. Just pay to listen to Watts roast people? Same. Granted, that might be a possibility, because isn't there... I can't think of the name of the website offhand, but you can pay voice actors to... like, pay voice actors or celebrities or whatever to, like, send a message to someone, and I'm guessing to also send you, like, a voice-acted line, just like Cameo, that's it. If Watts' voice actor is on that website, it'd probably be pretty expensive if you want him to actually voice act lines. But granted, if he does it in just, like, one take, and, like, doesn't have to, like, re-edit or do anything like that, maybe it wouldn't be that expensive, but it's possible. If he's on there, could do it. Starts an ASMR podcast to rival Jean's ASMR podcast. Except it's the opposite of ASMR, and it's just roasting. Episode 1 is roasting Jean's podcast. But anyways, back on topic. Thank you for sending all of your grim descriptions, Chaos. Damn, the artwork is fantastic. Still, I think Alpha Geist looks so good. All of these look great. Oh, and I see this little Salem eyes that are on there as well. So I guess the idea could be that these Grimm are ones that have been mutated by Salem specifically. And all of the creative ideas that you come up with for Grimm as well. Love it. Well, you can ASMR roast. Yeah! But again, when Watts roasted Cinder, I really heard Vegeta's voice through that. I mean, it's the same voice actor, obviously, but, like, I really heard Vegeta in that. And like, Vegeta don't do ASMR. That is beneath him. They're the ones that have evolved since the gods left Remnant. Oh, those are the ones that are that ancient. Ah, makes sense. So this is beyond Alpha, then. This is more than just Alpha, because, like, as I've mentioned before, we've seen Alpha Beowulfs, we've seen an Alpha Geist. These are beyond even that. I would say that these are almost like primordial, since they've lived that long. Progenitors, almost. But yeah, thank you for sharing, Chaos. Thank you. With that, I think we shall move on to what looks like our last OC review of the day. Rail. This is why we can't have nice things. Yeah. Man, that poster looks so good. Let's see. Go here. Go here. Go here. Oh, interesting name. Rail, hello. Also enjoy knowing what the nightmare will be. Is stabbing its legs into your body to control you while you have nightmare dreams? Oh, God. That... Already it, like, possesses inside your body. Now it's just like, nah, I'm just gonna tap into your spinal cord by stabbing you and... Great. That means if people are close enough together, in close enough proximity, it could probably stab 2 people at once. Drag both people into the dream. Lovely. There's the squirm. No. Alright. Rail's OC is meant for canon, but a heads up that some of the stuff, like his personality, you're still working on fleshing out. Okay. I'm gonna try to pronounce this. Gundisalvis Dayu? Is that correct? Is it Gundisalvis or Gundisalvis? Didn't need to sleep tonight at all? Yeah, I know, right? I know. Yeah, imagine a little insect digging its claws into the back of your spine. No. Honestly, haven't figured out that one yet. Okay, okay. What's how did you think of the name? Is it like from? Is it a certain language that it comes from, or is it just one that you thought of as amalgamating a couple of words together? Retired huntsman, age 79 to 80 in RWBY Volume 1. That is a hell of an achievement for a huntsman to make it to old age. 8'1"? Old man is big. Pronouns he, him. Father, adopted. Captain of the Jade Pirates, bandits. Rival, friend, enemy. It's complicated. Of Belun Rothbart. Okay, okay. So he's father / the captain of the Jade Pirates. So he's the captain then. Certified giant geezer, yeah. So Whitebeard. He's Whitebeard. He's Shirohige from One Piece. The literal wall of a huntsman. Exactly, actually. Okay. Okay, I'm just like, wait a minute. Giant pirate old man captain? There's only one. It's Whitebeard. Okay. Cool. Oh, yeah, and father. He's a father. Yeah, okay. Yeah. I understand where this is coming from now. Okay, okay. Personality. Extremely caring of his crew to the point of seeing them as family. My man. He always wanted to have. So long as they don't kill another member of his family, I feel like Blackbeard's going to make an appearance in this story at some point. He'll always care and support them, even if their paths lead them to technically being enemies. Yeah, Whitebeard forgave Squard, even though it stabbed him through the chest. I don't know. At that point, if any kid I had stabbed me through the chest, they'd be disowned. At the very least. He'll never hesitate to help them should they want or need it, by whatever means he deems necessary. He's also stubborn to a fault and always happy to be a part of a good fight or party, especially if the Roger Pirates are involved. He's also a lot more intelligent than the shirtless, musclehead look of his implies him to be. How many scars does this man have on his body? Started from Gonzalez to play along with Rothbard from Belun, because Xenoblade reference. Haven't thought of that one yet? Okay, okay. Belun was never part of the crew, although most have taken to calling him Uncle, much to his chagrin, due to both now of how often he shows up, usually for either a party or a fight, the fact that he helped the crew from time to time. Okay, okay. Weapon's name is Crossbones. Very piratey matey. A pair of cutlasses with a revolver built in. Not a transforming weapon, barrel of a gun, being put in a spot relative to the blade. Makes sense. Nice and simple weapon. Easy way to balance it. Also, given his age, God, he would have been born right around the Great War. Assuming, of course, in this alternate universe, the Great War still happened around the same time. So yeah, him having the simplistic weapons makes sense. Great War still happened. Did it happen at the same time, like about 80 years ago, prior to the start of the series? Semblance. Before I read this... Oh, semblance none. Okay. Unless one counts his love for his family crew, his ability to still be a monster in a fight while drunk. Okay, I was gonna say, if he has world-shaking powers, then he's also a good aura user. Yeah, someone without a semblance, who, and especially without like any dust or anything, this man would definitely focus on honing his aura. Especially if he likes a good fight, just honing the physical strengthening of his aura makes the most sense for him. And God, he'd be a monster. He'd put Hazel to shame. I'd like to see him and Hazel have an arm wrestling match, to be honest. Because in a straight-out brawl, I think Gundasalvis would just body Hazel. Granted, Hazel has pain nullification, so the blows may not land as much as they're supposed to. Anyways, fighting style. Nothing yet, but, I mean, fighting style seems pretty self-explanatory. 8-foot-tall dude, he'd be wielding a great sword of a cutlass in each hand. Because he's just a big dude. Like, 4-foot sword in each hand would not... Like, that would just make sense. Taking inspiration from Garp. Oh, Gundi is a mix of both Roger and Whitebeard. Damn. So is he king of the pirates? Bellin taking inspiration from Garp. But Bellin's his friend. Rival, friend, enemy. It's complicated. Okay, yeah, okay. Makes sense. An old airship he and some of the oldest crew members started to restore back when they were first starting out, and after finding her mostly intact wreckage in one of Mistral's valleys. Okay. Over the years, as new members have either joined or left, she's practically grown with the crew as repairs, upgrades are done over the decades they've had her. Each member of the crew has left a mark on her in some form, even if it's as simple as some paint. One such thing being a proper full restoration and upgrades of her flight systems. Oh, it's a flying ship. Oh, yeah, airship, yes. Roughly 45 years before Volume 1 of RWBY, after some engineers that used to work for Atlas joined the crew. Before then, the system would barely function for a short time as the old repairs that were made were fairly hodgepodge. Does have weapons, but by modern RWBY standards, most of their weapons would generally be viewed as archaic. Granted, there's a lot of ships that are traveling around that are just cargo ships. Easy targets. No, okay. Makes sense. You don't want to call it the Moby Dick? Whitebeard's ship? No, I don't. Okay. Don't want to lean that heavy into it. I mean, it felt too easy? Fair. I completely get that. 100%. I mainly said Moby Dick as a joke, but if Monster was only introduced at the end of Volume 7. So calling Monstra the Moby Dick, the whale of legend of the RWBY universe doesn't really seem fitting. But would a Sea Fei Long? Well, granted, this is an airship. What's the Moby Dick of the sky? The Wyvern? Probably. Sea Fei Long also flies, but it's primarily in the sea. Giant bladed oar for a weapon. Ooh, that'd be interesting. Having an Urbane day? I hope I never have an Urbane day again. I'm... The Melville, not the author of the novel. Ooh, that's an interesting name. Granted, like, it's the author of the novel, but it could have a connection. It can't go in water. Once the hull was patched. Fair. Right, I guess I never really never thought of that. If there's a breach in the hull in an airship, sure, it's going to cause some loss of pressure inside the cabin, but it's not just going to flood with water and like it would on sea. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. I love it. Meant for canon? Honestly, I think the character is balanced in canon. He's just an aura specialist, giant dude, fights with two swords, and just loves a good brawl. We'll say in terms of look, mainly takes inspiration from Monster Hunter airships. Okay. Yeah, I naming vehicles, whether it's a land vehicle, water, air, not something I have much experience with. Because, like, in canon RWBY, people generally don't have their own personalized vehicles. Yang is an exception. And I'm pretty sure that was added in just because, hey, this would be cool, and so let's give Yang a bike. Rather than it makes much sense. But, yeah, can't really help you with that. But overall, sounds like a fun design. Figure it out and hopefully name it, not name it, come at me. I don't think pirates necessarily want people to come after them. It's fine to enjoy a fight and be ready for a fight, but you don't want it constantly happening. Schnees have their own airships, yeah, but they're rich. That's it. But Weiss doesn't have her own personal airship. Those are company ships. The company owns those, not Weiss personally. I guess Winter has one. But that's also a ship that was assigned to her by the Atlas military. That's not a Schneedas company ship either. So, yeah. It was a wrecked airship. I was thinking maybe a relic of the war itself. Oh, okay. We don't know if airships were a thing during the war. I would say probably they weren't. Because the war, the Great War itself, accelerated the growth of technology. New weapons were made, new ways of fighting were developed. But I don't think aerial combat was a thing at that point in time. Otherwise, air superiority would have just wiped out everyone. Atlas is the only one right now that seems to have weaponized airships. The ships in Mistral, they're like flying boats. They don't really seem to have many weapons. The airships in Vale, at least as far as we've seen, are more just personnel carriers. That's what I mean in the Discord by relatively minor alternate universe elements. Yeah. It was also added in because they found out they needed a fourth character. Oh, really? You sure? I don't think that was the case, because I thought Monty initially came up with the idea of RWBY by having that dream of 4 girls, 4 colors. Red, white, blue, yellow. They need yellow for Goldilocks. There are weaponized sea ships. Who do those ships belong to? The charting company, probably. Whatever company that's doing the traveling back and forth. Like a lot of ships are like company owned, not individual and personalized. Like Bumblebee is. Because Bumblebee is just Yang's bike. There's no other vehicles that we've seen that are just like it's this person's vehicle. Of course, in the city of Vale, we've seen that there are like cars and individual modes of transportation. So, you know, a family might own a car or something like that. But especially when it comes to like individual huntsman teams, that it doesn't make much sense for them to own their own vehicles, because like they're going to be traveling to, you know, mountainous regions, forested regions, all these different places where there's not going to be any roads. And they definitely wouldn't have their own airships either. But yeah, alternate universe, completely fine. Completely fine. But with that, is there anything more that you'd like me to comment on? Or anything else you'd like to add for your Gundisalvus, OC? Just wanted to get thoughts on it? Yeah. Honestly, seems pretty good. For a character inspired by Whitebeard? Yeah, absolutely. Definitely doesn't seem too broken. You've balanced that very well. It's just like, nah, he's just a brawler. Perfect. Take home, take my land, take me where I cannot stand. What? Where's this from? Cares I'm free, you cannot take my serenity? Where's that from? Another collection of your terrifying old people. Terrifying old people is a very fun trope in anime. I love seeing that in One Piece. Whenever an old person shows up, they're either going to be some frail old man or an absolute monster, and there is no in between. Except for Dr. Kureha, but she's, 140. She already breaks a lot of rules. Yeah. Ballad of Serenity? Firefly? That was in the Firefly series? Interesting. Interesting. But with that, that brings us to the end of today's OC review. Very much the definition of fear the old man in a profession where most die young. Exactly. Exactly. Because they have the skill to survive, and on top of that, have had 60 plus years to hone that skill as an adult. So, they scary. Why does that remind you of Chetney from Critical Role? I have not watched Critical Role. I've seen some clips here and there, but I don't know any characters from Critical Role. Out cold kitty. Huh. Chetney's a 400-year-old man. Oh no. Was he gifted some sort of extended lifespan, or is he just a human who's lived far too long? Old gnome werewolf. Ah. Non-human race. Okay. Extended lifespan. Nice 4.5 hours of stream content. Questionable ideas. Still holding out for a Dust Victims unit. Oh my god, I love that. Law and Remnant Dust Victims unit. That's so good. I think it was during the point where you were away from Stream Pancake when Nyx submitted the dust runes. We went on a whole tangent of just like, wait, what about different uses of dust? You know, using dust as like seasoning, or as like, what about forensics when it comes to dust? And then that got us into like, okay, the crime shows that would be in Remnant for, like, honestly, rather than writing a whole story for like Dust Victims Unit or anything, I might just make a video that's on, hey, what would the TV programs in Remnant be like? Carlos from Nyx's Dust Runes. Yeah. Love how Whitebeard handled Ace in One Piece. Ace tried to kill him, but he just took it all by a shrug. Yeah, because Whitebeard's just media in Remnant. Exactly. Because, like, there's so many unexplored avenues in RWBY. Media being one of them. Like, also, right up your alley as well, Bloody. Medical. Like, what's medicine like in RWBY? What are the medical applications of dust? What could be done with that? Like, this Victims Unit sounds like something from Chibi. I would love to see that. We've had junior detectives already, so they would probably stick with that, but Dust Victims Unit sounds incredible. Dust Victims Unit sounds incredible. That would be amazing to see in Chibi. Yes, buddy. You're so fluffy. The ideas be flowing. They do indeed. They do indeed. God, that would be a fun video to make. House, the Pit, Vitals Anatomy. Oh my god! Yes! Vitals Anatomy. Oh, I love that. I love that so much. Why did I just... I don't know how it's made, but RWBY? Forged in fire, but RWBY with the RWBY weapons. Forged in dust. Forged in signal. Forged in beacon. Meow. Remnant's next top huntsman. Or, instead of Dancing with the Stars, Dancing with the Huntsman. Oh my god. Deeks 101. Bill Nye put RWBY with Oobleck? Oh my god. That'd be amazing. Man, there's so many ideas. Will you be a dust and air? Well, What would the name for Jeopardy be? I mean, just Jeopardy is also fine, because it's not... Atlesian Idol! Oh my god, yes! What they use? The Pirates of the Menagerie. Brilliant! Oh my god! May I write that down and include it in the video? I feel like I have to make this video now. See what you use for a hot men girl calendar? True. True. Oh my god. Harry Duster. That... Family Dust feud. Harry Duster, maybe not. Maybe not that one. Perhaps not. My god. Pirates of the Menagerie. That's so good. You guys are great. You guys are very brilliant. Very creative. What would be Remnant Zelda? I mean... Unfortunately, we don't know the names of, like, any ancient princess. My crocodile inspired... Oh, Crocodile Fauna inspired by Steve Irwin. Show about animals of fighting Grimm. Interesting. Lord of the Dust for Lord of the Flies. Grim Man for Batman. That's even more interesting since Batman's already, like, had his crossover. The Great Valian Bake Off? Yes. Brilliant. Brilliant. Get those patents ready, y'all. No kidding. Ancient aliens, but with fairy tales. Menagerie 5-0. Because we did have Vacuo 5-0 as well. Man. Remnant Mines? Fast and Furious? No, serious. The Fast and the Furious in Menagerie. Oh, no. Fast and the Furious Vacuo Drift. Oh. Oh my god. Oh my god, that's amazing. The Ultimate Huntsman. Rise of the Planet of the Grim. Oh, that's a good one. Oh my god. Oh. Day of the Grim. Dust or no dust? Oh my god. That's good. I love that. Lien or no Lien? Yeah. I don't know which one of those I like better. I kind of like Dust or no dust. Prince of Sanus. Ooh, that's a good one. So, okay. So what I think, Remnant Ninja Warrior, Dustzilla, Huntsman Feud? Oh my god. There's so many. Holy. I feel like what we should do. Naked and Afraid, Naked in the Grim? Maybe. Dust Wars, okay, okay. See, this is just gonna be the next 2 hours. That's what I'm seeing as well. It's been 5 hours though. I do want to go get food. So what I think I'm gonna do is in what channel would be best for this? I want to make a thread. Shattered Moon for Sailor Moon. That's an interesting one. Leave this for the Discord chats. Yeah, I want to make a thread. One for like show and movie names. So media in Remnant. And then I kind of also want to make one for video games. Though I don't necessarily know if that's going to be needed because just having the media one alone would be best. Should it be the RWBY OC chat? I was thinking maybe RWBY General as well. Bird is long. Long this to bits? Huh? Fanfic maybe? Just make a new chat. I don't want it to be a full chat. I don't think it needs to be a full channel. Should it be a full channel? Full Dust Alchemist. You in 7th heaven right now, floating in cloud 9. Let's make a new chat. I'm thinking of just making this in a RWBY general. Just a separate thread so that it can be there. The walking apathy. Ooh. Ooh, that's a good one. Remnant Media sound good? Yeah. The literal title name of the thread is just Media in Remnant. So I think I'm just going to put this in RWBY General. Teenage Ninja Mutant Faunus. That one... I don't know about that one. That one might have some negative connotations in it for the Faunus. But yeah, I think... I don't think there's a need to make a brand new channel for it. So, yeah, we'll put it in yes. There we go. Oh, then Leo can be with the April without issue. I see. I see. Dungeons and Leviathans. That's a good one too. Yeah, I'll leave that for the Discord. I've written down a bunch of them from here. But I think many a cartoon there's the undercurrent there. I know there is. I know there is, serious, but we'll leave that for the Walrus Destiny Company. That one may be a little bit too on the nose. But for now, I think this is where I'm going to end the stream for today. We will have this will be as posted as a VOD on the VOD channel. So Walrus Brothers. So this will be preserved. We'll be able to watch this back. Thank you all for sharing your OCs. Thank you all for sharing your ideas. Thank you all for hanging out for these 5 hours in stream. I appreciate it. You're all so creative with your OCs, your ideas, and the wild names that you come up with for all the creative names that you come up with for different media in Remnant. I really do want to make a media in Remnant video that's just going through all of these different named shows and like giving just brief ideas on what they might be, what the shows might involve. But post something in the channel tonight. Trust. Sounds good, bloody. Sounds good. And like this isn't going to be a video that I'm going to be making like right away, because the first video the next video I want to make for for the RWBY YouTube channel is focusing on the Fairy Tales of Remnant, because that's what Pokeloon requested months ago. So I'm going to prioritize making that one first. I'm just as representing Extreme. Fast! Glad you arrived home safely. I hope work went well, and I hope you can enjoy the rest of your night. VOD should be available to watch, and I'll be posting it on the VOD channel as well. But I'm glad you made it home. And thank you all for joining in again. I appreciate it. On Tuesday, we will be back for stream. Sweaty and covered in salt. Ooh, have bath, have shower. On Tuesday, we'll be back streaming regular time, and we shall be starting the Pokemon Emerald Nuzlocke. Bird's first Nuzlocke. So we'll see. I know it was suggested before to name the Pokemon after people in chat. On a day-to-day basis, I don't know if there's enough people in chat to name all the Pokemon after. So we might just name them after RWBY characters to start. That might be the theme that we go with for that one. But with that being said, thank you all for joining in. I hope you have a great rest of your day. Or OCs. Could be OCs. Could be OCs. Giggle dibs on an electric type. We shall see. We shall see. We'll see what people decide on Tuesday, whether want the names to be after chatters or after RWBY characters. But yeah, we'll leave that for deciding on Tuesday. For now, though, I'm gonna go eat. I'm gonna go get food. I work for both. This is true. This is true. When you start a light, you can have salt all over your skin. This is true. As the sweat dries and leaves the salt behind. Why not both? Well, could be both. But anyways, thank you all for joining in. I hope you have a great rest of your day and a great rest of your weekend. If I don't see you Tuesday, I hope you have a good start to your week as well. Thank you all for joining in. Thank you all for sharing your OCs and hanging out with me for 5 hours. I appreciate it. And, well, I mean, it'll be good night for some people, but good afternoon, everybody. I hope you all sleep well when you get there. Maybe afternoon nap. That could be nice. But yeah, thank you for joining in, everyone. And I will see you all next time. Take care, everyone. Bye.